time is now 4:01, Tuesday, November 19th, 2019. I'd like to call to order this regular scheduled meeting of the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District. Those in attendance are Greg Halliday, Jalen Hawks, Mary McGann, Curtis Wells, Rory Paxman, Evan Clapper. First up, citizens to be heard. Any citizens to speak regarding the Thompson Springs Fire District? Next up would be approval of minutes. Mary?
I make a motion to approve the minutes for October 15th, 2019, and authorize the chair to sign off.
So I think we already did October 15th. This is June 10th is the one that I... Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Getting a little, sorry, no, I was just getting a little ahead of us.
Senior moment there.
You know, I know, I haven't got much sleep.
Okay.
Motion made by Mary McGann. Seconded by Greg Halliday. Any discussion? Edits? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next up, ratification of payment of bills. Mr. Paxman.
All right, the Grand County bills to be approved for Thompson Springs Fire District, 11/19/2019. The ratified total bills, $904.65. Total bills and payroll, $1,437.95.
Motion made by Rory Paxman.
Second.
Seconded by Curtis Wells. Any further discussion? I'll call for a roll call vote. Greg Halliday.
Aye.
Jalen Hawks.
Yes.
Mary McGann.
Yes.
Curtis Wells.
Aye.
Rory Paxman.
Yes.
Evan Clapper, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Next up is Fire Chief's report. I don't see Mark. He submitted one earlier. Chief's report to the TSS-SFD for November 19th. Chief will be out of state from the 19th to the 25th. Recent incidents, October 28th, one car rollover on I-70 mile marker 172. October 30th, smoke report, Thompson residents, false alarm is chimney smoke. On November 5th, there's a brush fire on I-70 at mile marker 212. On the 5th, there was a report of large flames at Thompson residence. It was an illegal barrel burn. On the 7th, there was a car versus semi on I-70, mile marker 170. On the 8th, there's stomach pain in Crescent Junction. And on the 16th, one car rollover at mile marker 197 on I-70. The equipment, backup generator has failed and is unrepairable. New generator is $4,000 to $6,000 with installation. There's money in the budget for this. Engine 41 developed a water leak during pump operations on the 11th. Leak fixed on the 12th. Cost to repair, $5. There's a training the 8th and 9th for Fire Service Instructor 1 course, Moab Valley Fire Department. And winter propane delivery service to the fire station has begun. And that, my friends, is the Chief's report. Any new business? Any old business? Any future considerations? Possible hearings? No need for a hearing. Any need for a closed session? With that, that brings us to the end of the agenda, and I would adjourn this meeting at 4:04. Give it a minute. Oh, we're not scheduled to start it until 4:05. Oh, look at that, 4:05. It is now 4:05. I'd like to call to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Grand County Council. Those in attendance are Greg Halliday, Jalen Hawks, Mary McGann, Curtis Wells, Rory Paxman, Evan Clapper, Ruth Dillon, Chris Baird. It is Tuesday, November 19th, 2019. I would like to start this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Ben Riley, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks for that. Our first item is approving a nomination of council vice chair for the remainder of 2019. We were left high and dry of the resignation of our previous vice chair, and we need someone to fill that role. Jay Lynn.
I nominate John.
I nominate, I was going to say Mary Hawks, Mary McGann to be vice chair for the remainder of the year, remainder of 2019.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Jalen Hawks, seconded by Curtis Wells. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Send that down. Look at there. Or you could go front and center if you prefer. It's choose your own seat.
Oh, we grabbed it.
Just fighting for it. All right. Next up, thank you for your willingness to serve, Mary. Next up, approval of minutes. And this June 10th one was the weird one?
Well, that's the one that I have done, so
Okay, great.
that's right.
Correct.
Yeah, it was kind of a hard one to do, but hopefully it's reasonably accurate.
I liked it. I would like to make a motion, Chair.
Please.
I move that we approve the minutes from June 10th, 2019.
Motion made by Jalen Hawks, seconded by Mary McGann. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Mary?
I make a motion to postpone the minutes from September 20th, October 2nd, October 8th, October 29th, November 6th, and November 13th, 2019.
Motion made by Mary McGann.
Oh.
Seconded by Rory Paxman. Any discussion on postponing the remaining minutes? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next up, ratification of payment of bills. Rory.
All right, Grant County bills to be approved and ratified for 11/19/2019. Total bills, $373,617.06. Total payroll, $241,627.19. Total bills and payroll, $615,244.25.
Motion made by Rory Paxman. Seconded by Greg Halliday. Any discussion? Call for a roll call vote. Greg Halliday.
Aye.
Jalen Hawks.
Yes.
Mary McGann.
Yes.
Curtis Wells.
Aye.
Rory Paxman.
Yes.
Evan Clapper, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Next up, council member disclosures. This is just a reminder for council members that if they have any pertinent things to disclose regarding tonight's agenda, we won't forget. Any disclosures? All right, moving right along. Next up, general council reports and future considerations. Greg, would you like to start us off?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, on the 8th of November, I attended the Historical Preservation Commission. It was not held for lack of a quorum. On the 12th of November, I went to the hospital to find the conservation district. There wasn't anybody there. So either I've got the wrong location, the wrong time, or they weren't there.
Where did you go?
Hospital in the training room 1, like what it said on my thing.
Yeah, sometimes they get moved just to the next room, but
I looked at all the rooms.
then that's weird.
Yeah, so there wasn't anybody there. Also that day on the 12th, had the Transportation Special Service District. We reviewed the 2020 budget. Currently, they have a balance of $31,308. That's until we get some additional money, funds coming in this next year. On the 13th, I attended the Thompson Special Service District. Currently, their springs are running at 100 gallons a minute. I presented to them that we would like them to take over the Thompson Springs Fire District Commission. They used to do it. There was people there that stated that they used to do it. So they're going to look at it. They've allocated a discussion time in December to look at it, and we'll try to make that happen. I have some ideas that will make it a little enticing for them. On Thursday, I was involved in a search and rescue out in Castle Valley on one of the rock structures out there. We had a lady fall and break her leg or do something to it. And she had to be rescued by a helicopter with a hoist that flew in from Provo to get her. And they took her over to St. Mary's in Grand Junction. What was odd is the very next day we had a repeat of the whole scenario. We had another lady climbing on Mother Superior or Sister Superior, fell, hurt herself, and we had a whole repeat of everything that happened on Thursday. So it was kind of weird. So, but that's all I've got.
Thanks for that. Jalen?
My big meeting was Planning Commission, which I took over for ex-council member Morse. They report they have 2 vacancies coming up, and we'll learn all about lots of vacancies in another portion of this meeting. They are sending along a unanimous recommendation for the Tierra Fuego 2-acre subdivision. It will be 10 units, similar to what we did with the Peakview. I don't think it was Peakview, but there was a subdivision that we approved at a lesser density. This density only requires 5. HCHO 5, so that is the recommendation they're sending along after some discussion. There was a few misgivings about it. That's how it will come to us. We're talking about their 2020 meeting schedule, possibly changing their meeting to the same week as the council. And they're talking about reducing the number of meetings, although I would be very surprised if they could actually discuss all of their business in a reduced number of meetings, because we were there till 8:30 and from 5 to 8:30, and I had to leave at that point. I don't know how much longer they stayed. They're continuing to work on overnight accommodations development standards and began work on drawing eligibility zones. The only other thing I have is from the AOG, as part of email discussions, wondering why Grand County hasn't had certain services. There is in your packet a flyer from SEUALG, Southeastern Utah Association of Local Governments, and it is my attempt to get, I don't know where the problem is, if it's hard to advertise in Grand County or Grand County residents just don't take advantage of funding, but this funding would provide transportation for medical appointments. There's a couple of criteria they have to meet. They have to be either 60 years or older, or disabled, or low income. And if any of those apply, which I know quite a few people that would apply to, especially the 60 plus, and you're driving to Grand Junction, driving that person, you can be reimbursed for those miles at the rate of 40 cents a mile. So this is my attempt to get the word out to our citizens that there is funding available for that type of reimbursement. And I have a flyer with the phone number on it. I'll say the phone number right now, but probably not everybody has a pen, so they can call me if they need it. 435-613-0022. And that's all I have.
Thanks for that. Mary?
Zachariah and I had a telephone conference with the gentleman representing House Bill 411, which is the one on sustainability, and that we discussed. And doing a sustainability resolution would not obligate the county to participate in House Bill 411. It would, but to not do a resolution would cut us out of that possibility of getting into that program, which would give us more access to renewable energy. Then even if at one point we decide, we do the resolution, we decide that we do want to participate, there's like 3 to 4 times, right up till the very last minute, you could pretty much say, no, this is not going to be good for our citizens, we don't want to participate, or yes, we do. So my recommendation is, I think we should do a resolution next, either first or last meeting in December, just to give us the opportunity. I mean, it would be, to me, very foolish to not have that opportunity. Even if later on, after studying what it entails and what it means, we say, no, this isn't good for Grant County. So that's my recommendation after that meeting. There is a warming center meeting. There's real concern. We have 8 to 9 unsheltered homeless on the street. It is unknown how many people are living in cars, storage sheds, tents. Some believe it's as low as 9, others estimate it as closer to 20, so it probably lies somewhere in between. Many of our chronic homeless at this point are in very poor health, and there is real concern that if it's a real cold night, they may not survive an evening because their health is so low. So we're working really hard to find a place for them to spend the night. And they were looking, one of the places they were looking at was the city gym was discussed, the one, just right down there. The big problem is not ADA approval. The bathrooms are way downstairs. We would have to put the cots up and down every night. So there's a lot of hurdles to overcome, but we're looking at it. We're looking at the insurance and trying to find a way that we, before it gets any colder than it already is, that we have a place to keep these ladies and gentlemen safe. I attended the Travel Council meeting, and there was not a quorum, so it must have been the non-quorum week. But it was really interesting, and Ms. Wilson gave a presentation to the Travel Council encouraging support for the Moab Rodeo. And it looks like there's some new energy in the rodeo arena. And like they're going to reinstate, like they haven't had royalty for a long time, they're going to reinstate that. There's lots of ways they're going to try to get advertisements out, people excited about coming. They're thinking about maybe doing the Sunday afternoon rodeo on Saturday afternoon. There was a lot of discussions of ways to get more people to come, but the Travel Council said that one thing that a lot of people from Europe and such, when they call and ask for information, they want to book times to be in Moab when the rodeo's happening. So that was interesting, but nothing was, it was just a good discussion, since there was not a quorum. But then I had the homeless coordinating committee meeting. The warming centers continue to be discussed. Dr. Prest, I'm not sure how she pronounced it, Prest? Okay, I pronounced it right, is offering to do free training to volunteers and staff, and the hospital and the health district both feel they have sufficient cots and such. So it would be, what we'd be looking for is bedding, and it is recommended not to let the people use their own sleeping bags or whatever. So that was looked up, and then we will also discussed other alternatives, other places rather than the gym. One that was discussed was Mallory from the school district says there is a bus that for some reason still runs but doesn't hit the qualifications to be able to travel and pick up children and young adults, and so she's going to see if the school district would be willing to have us turn that bus into like an RV with bunks, beds, and such, and it would be, just, you see them all the time, old school buses turned into RVs, and thus that would be where we would have to take the cots down and up. It would be where we would put it, and then there would be the bathroom facilities. There's a lot of obstacles to overcome, but I do think it's very important that we do so, because it would be a tragedy to have one of our citizens die of exposure. They also talked about the strategic plan, which is exciting. They will be funded through the continuum of care. Their mission statement is to connect services to address homelessness in our community. The goal is to increase inventory for emergency and short-term housing. We have created an intake form. We now have a resource guide, and we have a entry point protocol. Has all been created. So, when I first got on this committee, I thought, let's dissolve it. It was like, it was going nowhere. I even came to Ruth's office, let's look up the resolution that got this going. Anyway, I'm glad we didn't, because now it's very active. A lot of exciting things are happening, and they're actively working on helping solve the homeless situation in Hawaii. Solid waste meeting was canceled until Monday the 25th, and I have future consideration. Karen Kwan, a representative from the 35th Red District, is going to sponsor the Equal Rights Amendment for Utah again, and there's a lot of momentum for it. She's going to be announcing it on the Capitol steps during our next council meeting. But I would really like to consider writing a letter or adopting a resolution in support of the Equal Rights Amendment to support. And I talked to Carl Albrecht, and he is very much in support of this, and he just could not, he had too many other bills and such to juggle doing one more. But I know at least one of our representatives is supportive of it. So for future consideration, I'd like the county to officially support passing the Equal Rights Amendment. That's all.
Thanks for that. Curtis?
I'm going to highlight our audit committee meeting that we held last week. Jalen and Mary and myself, we approved the scope of work that's going out to potential contractors to respond to an opportunity to be our internal auditor. And a lot of this is stemming from audit from the state auditor's office with recommendations to follow to improve our score. And so having an internal auditor perform a few tasks on an annual basis is one of them. Also, we're setting up a hotline for folks to report fraud and abuse. And looks like the direction we're going, we're going to have H&R kind of help coordinate that, and it looks like there will be an option to call into HR as a hotline, and also there's a hotline in the state auditor's office that they have set up to use. And so we're going to finish that stuff up, and then hopefully we'll have enough responses to get the internal auditor contract awarded, and then we'll be following up with the county council in one of our December meetings to give the council our annual report.
Great.
Mine's pretty quick. This last Saturday night was the chamber banquet up at Radcliffe's Lodge. Just a couple things. The Citizen of the Year went to the late Don Knowles. And then also the Business of the Year was Sweet Cravings.
Good.
What was it?
For the Citizen or the Business? The Business was Sweet Cravings.
That was one we kind of suggested.
So.
Great, all right. The cemetery board met and reviewed a tentative budget, which was adopted, and will be holding a hearing at the next regular meeting of the cemetery board. They're not looking at any kind of increases. They're doing a great job out there, and are staying on top of that. Also, we'll be forwarding some recommendations for appointments to the board. Same with the library, interviewed potential candidates. They'll be forwarding some recommendations for that board, and some discussions on the strategic plan for the library. They kind of do those in bite-sized pieces, so we had some of that as well. And then I met with EMS board. We'll hear a lot more about their budget and concerns today, I imagine, at a later discussion point. But I did want to bring up that we are having a meeting tomorrow about the building project, and that's here in this room at 2 o'clock, and I was planning on attending. And if there was a couple other council members, we didn't notice it as a public meeting, so less than a quorum. But if anyone's interested in that process, or kind of where we're at as a municipal building authority. And I did have a question about I'll be wearing multiple hats between EMS, building authority, council, so.
Just tell us which hat.
Okay, great.
Or change it.
I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't going to be too many of us here to,
Right, yeah, as long as you're not making a quorum on either, any one of those boards, it'll be fine.
okay. So if I'm here, it's 2 council members and 2 EMS folks, or 3, is there quorums?
I'm going to,
Yeah.
I'm going to be running to another meeting because there's an important watershed partnership meeting tomorrow that I'm going to be late to because of the interviews. So I won't be attending.
Okay.
So to my recollection, we have 3 council members attending county meeting.
Are they already confirmed?
I RSVP, but I can no longer make it.
Oh, okay.
I did respond to the calendar invitation saying you could, and I still can.
Great.
So we have 2.
We have the interviews right after the interviews.
Airport director is not tomorrow morning at 9. Oh,
So can I attend strictly with the council MMBA hat on and not as a voting member of the
I
EMS
mean,
Special Service
it's-
District?
I think just make it clear, right? I mean, it's not a formal meeting. It's
Okay,
it's
great.
a meeting of minds to work
That's-
through some things. It's-
Well, I think you're asking though, if there were 3 other board members there and you were there, would it be a quorum of the EMS board? That's what you're
That's
asking.
true.
And so I would say that if you did that, then there'd probably need to have a notice meeting.
Okay.
So I think
And then
that's
just
what you're
go.
asking. And so, yeah, at some point, I think that we'll, of course, get all this stuff on the agenda. It's just a administrative meeting. But,
Okay, great.
we shouldn't have a quorum of any political subdivision body unless we notice it.
All right. Well, if you need to tell me that I shouldn't be there.
I don't know who's coming
No,
from
you're you've got to be there.
I don't know who's coming from the EMS district. I believe I only know one board member coming.
That's it.
So
Okay,
2
so we're
plus-
fine.
2 plus, Evan?
Plus 7, so 3.
So that's too many for you guys.
No,
No,
we need 4 for
4 for one, thank you. Got it.
we're good. Great. Elected official reports.
Yeah, so I've been still working away on the budget. As we get further into 2019, I start to get a clearer picture of projections for 2020, both expenses and revenue. And so, if you recall, we noticed a tax increase when we first started. The deficit was looking at about $2,111,000. And at this point, it looks like we're down to $1,721,000, so about a $390,000 decrease. So I'll keep cracking away at that. Just mostly revising expense and revenue projections and trying to get as close as possible to reality. It's a little scary to budget so close to what we think we're going to bring in money-wise, because if we don't hit that mark, then we'll have to do an amendment and bring everything down. But for the purposes of a year like this where we're noticing a tax increase, I think it's important that we get as close to reality as possible. So that's what I've been working on.
Thanks for that. Any other elected officials? Don't see any. Council administrator report?
Yeah, I have a few things. Airport director interviews will be happening tomorrow morning with the selection committee, which is myself. Well, I'm the hiring authority, but the committee is myself, Rory, Bill Groff, airport board chair, and our HR director. You all didn't mention it, but I'll mention it. The council administrator interviews are happening this week as well, and I'm not involved in any of that unless you guys ask me to be. Otherwise, I'm working on the busy time of year for annual performance evaluations of department heads. I have a number of those. And I wanted to update you all and the public about the Justice Court nomination. This is the same as what I reported 2 weeks ago, except that what's different is that right now, the names of the 3 nominees that the nominating commission came up with are listed in the paper, and you all have seen them in emails. So that's John Carpenter, I'll just give the names, Dana Lee O'Donnell and Steve Russell. We're in the middle of a 10-day comment period now, which ends Friday. And the purpose of that is for anyone to alert the administrative office of the courts of the state, all the contact info is there, on any negative comments. And so if the AOC, I'll just abbreviate, receives any negative comments on any one of these nominees, then the process goes back to the nominating commission for them to reconsider, investigate, whatever. And so it starts the process over again, as far as putting it out to public, maybe there's new nominees. So we'll see. I'm not aware of any negative comments received, but I don't know if they have or have not received any. They've been great at keeping myself and our HR director informed on this whole process. What else can I say about that? You have a question?
On that, do people give negative and positive comments or just negative?
I believe the purpose of the notice is for negative, but honestly, that's a good question. I'm not positive about that. I do want you all to know, again, I said it last time and I sent it in email, but that you all have every right to reach out to those members of the nominating commission to ask them individually who they recommend, but they cannot reach out to you all. So those 5 nominating commissions, you may recall, I can't even remember who all they are, but
Could you send us, I would like to, I have only one member's phone number, and I would like to reach out to them. So
Yes.
if you could email me the 3 members' phone numbers, then I'd appreciate that. I don't know if anybody else wants them.
you mean the 5 nominating commission members' numbers?
Yes.
Because I don't have the contact information for the applicants.
No, I
The
meant
nominees.
the five.
Yeah. So I'm
5
waiting,
people
I'm waiting on that from the administrative office of the courts, but I could pull it together myself because I know who those 5 are and I can get that to you all. So yes.
Thank you.
We'll do that. Yes.
Sorry, when does the comment period end?
It was 10 days beginning November 12th, so my calculation says the 22nd, which is this Friday. Coming up quickly. You all will have 60 days, or approximately mid-January, if there are no negative comments, to make your actual selection. You can interview these nominees if you like. You would do that in your open public meeting. I have it currently on the draft December 3rd agenda, just so I don't lose track of it. So it could happen as early as December 3rd, although it doesn't have to happen that quickly. However, the judge training is January 6th through the 13th, Monday through Monday. So ideally, you would have someone in place so that they could make that training. What else? I think that's it. You all know, of course, that Judge Tubbs is the senior judge taking care of the Justice Court at this time. That is all I have.
Thanks for that. Any department reports? I don't see any. We'll move on to agency reports. The Housing Authority of Southeastern Utah, semi-annual report. Ben Riley, Executive Director.
Thanks, Evan. Okay, so I have a lot of exciting news to report. When I was sitting here in April, I was kind of on the edge of my seat because we had a couple of projects that were been waiting to break ground for a long time, and since then we have broken ground on a lot of projects. I'll get to a little bit of that later in my report, but we have MAPS is under construction and Wingate Village is under construction to a point. So yeah, a lot of exciting things happening at HASU right now, which I'm excited about. Still a little stressed out about all these things, but at least things are starting to move. I've included in your packet some pictures of those projects. I'll get to it here in a little bit. If you guys want to ask any questions, feel free. I'll go through my report. 2019 financial budget. Our fiscal year for 2019 ended in June. Our audit should be wrapping up next week. We've had some staffing issues, primarily keeping somebody that oversees our Virginia Apartments and Section 8 program. So that's been kind of stressful at the office, but we have 2 new people hired. That one's already started, one's starting next week, so excited about that. Our mutual self-help program, we just got a new grant that will be starting December 1st, so that'll be for the next 2 years. So that funds a good amount of our operations at HASU, so we're good to have that going. Increasingly, as we see more tax credit projects, we're excited to see that our budget and operating budget is more or less self-help centric, which is good. We're getting more operating funds and unrestricted funds coming in from our tax credit properties. So things are looking good on the financial and budget side. Section 8, one of the programs that we administer, right now our waiting list is closed. Primarily that's because of the staffing issues we've had for the last couple of months. Once we get our new staff up to speed, we'll hopefully open that up probably about the start of the next year. Happy to report, I know Mary, you've worked on the VASH with us. We did get a response back from HUD. That's vouchers that are specifically for veterans. It looks like we'll be getting 5 specifically for veterans.
Isn't this the first time that Grand County's been awarded those vouchers?
Yeah, it's been hard
It's
to
been
get
hard.
to get those coming because we're technically under Grand Junction's jurisdiction, which is in Colorado, so the whole state-to-state issue has kind of made it hard for us to get those. So,
It's taken us about a year and a half.
yeah, it's been a long process. So it's looking good. I just got a notice last week, so that's good news. Our Crown Rent-to-Own program, they're all full as they are usually because they're a great deal and people get to affordable rent for 15 years and buy the home at the end. We have 8 homes in Rim Hill that are selling off right now. We've sold 6 to the families. One is looking to buy in the next couple of weeks, and then HASU is going to purchase one of those. We're not quite sure what we're going to do with it yet, but it does need extensive rehab, so we're working through that right now. We are looking to do our next Crown project. We're starting discussions with Utah Housing to do our next project in the Royal Crossing subdivision. So we're working with the land trust on that. Cinema Court continues to be managed very well by Sellers Management. Low vacancy rate. Jasmine wanted to pass along that if anybody knows people that want 2 and 3 bedroom units, that she's going through a waiting list really fast on those. It seems like the waiting list, generally speaking, for all the apartments that I see, the 1 bedrooms tend to be longer, which makes me hopeful for MAPS, because MAPS is all primarily 1 and 2 bedrooms, so that'll hopefully release some pressure from there. So 2 and 3 bedrooms, if anybody wants to, pass along the word that they're probably have some openings there, or at least the waiting list is getting shorter over there. Our Virginia apartments, same thing. I have 100% occupied right now, but we do have 1 vacancy. We did get another grant to do another kitchen cabinets and countertops, so we're working over there doing new upgrades. Wait list is about the same, about 1 year for 1 bedroom and shorter for the 2 bedroom. Mutual self-help. We've been working in Blanding over the last year, doing the last 5 homes in Grant 9. We finished those this summer. So we also did 2 rehab homes in Moab. So that finished up our Grant 9 before Grant 10 starts in December. One of those homes we did, actually were able to work with a private landowner to put an equity restriction, deed restriction on for 15 years. So that was kind of a new thing and kind of where we're going as far as where the county's going, city's going. And so that was good to get a private citizen to do that. I mentioned our 10th mutual self-help grant starts December 1st. It'll be for 20 homes. They'll probably all be in Grant County. We look to do 11 homes in Wingate Village, and then probably the remainder at the land trust property of Royal Crossing. At least that's what we're looking at right now. MAP Senior Living, like I said, it's under construction. should go by and take a look at the framing. Started this last week, so they have a very aggressive schedule in the framing, so it should be going 3 stories here in about a week and a half, so 15 to 20 days to do all the framing, which boggles my mind that they're going to be able to do that. But when I went out there was like 25 framers out there, so that's a big crew for that type of job. So hopefully that's going smoothly. It is going smoothly. That is looking to finish up in June or July of next year, and we'll start pre-leasing in the spring of next year. And again, that's 31 bedroom units and 6 2-bedroom units. And I included in your packet kind of a site map with the landscaping and kind of a rendering that the architect did. Wingate Village, I also included the plat map, which you guys have seen. And then also some renderings of both the multifamily. We'll have 22 units of affordable 3 and 4 bedroom apartments, and then 11 self-help homes. I included some renderings of what we'll do on the single family and the multifamily side. Again, that's 33 units, 11 single family, and 22 townhome rentals. And then the deed restriction administration, been working with Zachariah's office, and I think we are pretty close to having a contract ready for the administration of the HDH and the other, I can't remember off the top of my head what the other affordable housing ordinance that you guys passed recently, but both of those for administering those. So that's all I have, unless anybody has any questions for me.
Questions for Ben?
So did you say how many you have on the wait list for the MAPS project?
We only have an interest list right now because we're just taking interest names, about 50 to 60. So
Congratulations.
yeah, we're, in small markets like ours, investors are always a little worried about filling units even, but we all know it's hard for a market study person to come down here because of the seasonal nature of our town to really capture what the need is here. Obviously, we're all here and we know what the need is, but it's investors, they hire these market study people to come down and do that, and it's hard for them to capture, so we obviously make a big push to make sure that we get those leased up ASAP, so that way investors are not scared, I guess.
I have to say that I've been on that board for the whole time I've been on the council, and I have not stopped being amazed at all of the plates they're juggling successfully. I haven't seen any drop and break yet.
It's certainly been stressful. We've been at low staff for the last few months, and it's been stressful to keep everything maintained, but yeah, it's...
Thank you.
Zachariah?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Jalen noted.
You know better, Zach.
A sick mark on it.
Zachariah Levine, Community and Economic Development Director. I just want to reiterate what Jalen has said about the amazing success that HASU has achieved. I am also really grateful for Ben and his team. We work very closely together and collaborate on a lot of projects. Looking forward to finalizing some agreements about a deed restriction administration for us. But also wanted to remind you that the collaboration is more than just at a programmatic level. It's also at a funding level and execution level. So the Wingate Village project that Ben talked about is a project that received support from the Community Development Block Grant program. And that grant is a grant that our office applied for and received. So we work with them on many different levels, and just want to reiterate our office's support for their partnership.
Yes, thank you. I'm very happy we got the veterans. Very happy. And John Curtis did help with that. He did some phone calling, and who else? I know we had a couple representatives.
Yeah, some people at the VA hospital in Grand Junction as well.
Well, kudos to you. Thanks for what you're doing.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Evan.
you and your efforts in the community.
Thank you.
Next up is citizens be heard. This is a portion of the meeting for citizens to speak on an item that is not on the agenda. If you would like to speak on an agenda item, there's cards in the back you could fill out and pass up regarding that item. But if you have something else on your mind that's not on the agenda, now's the time. Any citizens to be heard? Moving right along, that would bring us to presentations. I don't believe we have any scheduled for tonight. So now we're at general business action items. Item I is a interview of eligible candidates followed by official appointment and swearing in of one of the candidates to fill the vacant Grant County Council District 1 seat with appointment ending the first Monday of January 2021. Chris, this has got your name next to us. Do you just want to bring the public up to speed of this process and candidate numbers, etc.?
Yeah, so since Terry resigned with more than 2 years left to his term, we're going to have to do both an interim appointment and an election next year to fill out the remaining 2 years. So this particular interim appointment is going to be from tonight through the first Monday in January of 2021. At that point in time, whoever wins the election next year will take the seat and carry it out for the remainder of the 2 years of the term. We received 7 declarations of candidacy. Mark Horowitz, Ashley Kornblatt, William Hansen, Eve Tallman, Joe Kingsley, Gabriel Wojtek, and Kenneth Miner. And so I believe that the idea is that you're going to do a short interview on each of these, right? And then make your decision.
Did you guys, were you imagining one at a time or bring everyone up at once and shotgun blast?
What we did for Chris's replacement was we had them come up one at a time and.
I don't think we had 7 of them then.
No, we didn't. We didn't have 7. That's true. We had 3.
Grab your chair and come on up. We can grab some chairs next to the gate.
I'm going to withdraw because you have so many. And if you need me for anything, citizens committees, I'm here for you. And thank you for all your hard work.
I already have a committee for you, so.
For those of you viewing at home, Ashley Cornball has just withdrawn her candidacy. Yeah. Thank you. Then there were 6. Questions from the current council?
I'd like, if we could get them to introduce themselves.
Perfect.
I'm not familiar with all of them.
Great. We did get your cover sheets, your things, but for the sake of the public, if you just take a brief 30 seconds to let us know who you are, a very brief background and an interest on serving the council. So here, we'll go.
Great. My name is Ken Miner. I was raised here in Moab. We moved here in '68. I went through Grant County schools, graduated, left, became an engineer, worked at a national lab for about 10 years. Came back in '99 to change careers and become a tax accountant. Helped my mom with family business. Lived here ever since. I've got 7 kids. 3 are still in school. I've really invested in the county. I deal with people from every walk of life in this county, and they talk to me. I'd love to help represent them and make a difference in the county.
Thanks for that.
I'm Eve Tallman. I think I know all of you, and I have lived in Moab for 20 years, and I worked for Grand County for several years, 6 of those as the director of the public library. I have a long career in academia and as a public library administrator. What else can I say? I'm willing to serve, and I'm happy to be here and talk to you.
My name is Mark Horowitz. I moved here in 1985 with a mountain bike and stayed. I first lived in Castle Valley for several years. I bought and ran the Star Diner for a number of years on Main Street. I lived in my current location 21 years. I follow the packet. I follow the council meetings and the YouTube presentations, and believe I'm capable and qualified, and I'm honored. I will tell you, I am ready to devote full time to this job. I have no other commitments I'm ready to do full-time.
I'm Joe Kingsley, and I have also served the county. I did 2 terms on the Planning Commission, and I would be honored to continue my service to the county and the citizens. I came here in '73 to start the Castle Valley project, and it is now a town. And so it's something that I look forward to in serving all of you and the citizens of Grand County.
My name is Will Hanson. I think we're all familiar. Gosh, I feel like I was just here a week or 2 ago. Anyway, with our project. My education is in psychology, and so the study of human behavior has been a facet, and I'm fascinated by what goes on in these sorts of situations, in bringing together fractured communities. And I see that that's something that I can contribute to this. That's why I'm here with the edict to bring together people with different views to see that a symbionce on this can bring us far greater results than the differences and the aggravation that we sometimes pose to each other. And so that's what I think I can bring to this.
Hi there, my name is Gabriel Wojtek. I have dedicated myself to making this community a better place since I moved here in 2009, and I'm honored to be considered to continue that hard work on the council.
Thanks for that. Other questions from the council? Mary?
Yes, we have been working extensively on the overnight rental overlays, and I would just like people's ideas on how we're moving ahead with overnight rentals and in our county. Right now, we took away the buy right, and now we're working on a strategy to make it possible for people to have overnight rentals. And but I would just like to know how, shortly, just a short thing, how you feel about that, about the decision.
When I bought my home 21 years ago, it was a bed and breakfast. We ran 5 rooms for 10 years. It was no fun at all. We took a hiatus from that. I currently rent 3 rooms to locals, and we 3 years ago we made our living room into a bed and excuse me, it's not a bed and breakfast. We have a bed and breakfast license, but we rent only through Airbnb. I will tell you, it has been wonderful. We have had close to 1,000 guests go through our house, and it is quiet as a mouse. No impact on the neighborhood, and I would like to echo the voice of 2 of the Planning Commission members who suggest that allowing residents to have a single room or 2 rooms in their home would be a wonderful way to help people afford the rising cost of houses. Do it like a local. I say live like a local.
It's a really tough balance. We have people, I know people that lost their rental because it turned into an overnight rental. They had to move out and lost the place they had to stay in. On the other hand, we have people coming that need a place to stay other than a parking lot, and other than staying in their car and camping on the street. There's not an easy answer for this one. As far as high density, I think we need high density, and I think we need it close to town. I've got clients that don't have cars, and they need to be able to live where they can bike to work and walk to work. And that's something that's getting harder and harder for them to find. We need to find some way to get them where they can get to where they need to work. There aren't easy answers to this, and it's not. When it comes down to really, really good arguments on both sides of the nightly rental issue, of being in a room or whatever you do, you've got 2 conflicting, or apparently conflicting ideals. But when it comes down to a tie, you've got to have some rights to the property owner. I think Mark should have the right to be able to do his room. I think that's a great thing to do, and he provides a service to the town by doing that. I appreciate and love what he does with most of the rooms as long-term rentals. As an aside, I see that business going more and more to long-term rentals. I've got clients that have had short-term rentals, and they're finding long-terms are productive, and I think that's where it's going to go.
About a year and a half ago, I started the project on Plateau Drive to create long-term rentals. And I'm happy to say we spent over $35,000 getting rid of tires and junk and cleaning up the property. And that project, if you drive out there and look at it now, it is under construction. Unfortunately, my partners wanted to go along on it, and they wanted to take advantage of Zachariah's improvement of the zoning by making it an opportunity zone, and they could take advantage of that a lot better than I could. So it was a mutual parting of the ways, but I'm proud to be able to say that I was part of the original team to start that overnight rental project. I have no vested interest in nightly rentals, but I can see the value that Mark talked about, because I have neighbors in the past who have done nightly rentals, and when it's owner occupied, it's far better.
I feel like it's a really important issue, and I think that there's just an ongoing crisis that we all are aware of. As Ken mentioned, there's people who are needing long-term housing, and it's being gobbled up by overnight housing. So I would like to iterate that that the council shouldn't feel pressure to make a decision immediately or tomorrow, because it's such an important issue to lift a moratorium or rush to a decision. I don't think would be wise.
I think that obviously, in working with you on this project that we're putting together in the high density housing and for the number of units we're putting in, I think that there's both the civic responsibility as well as an economic responsibility, in the sense of some people need the protection. They don't want to be, they don't want their street to be lined with cars and backed up 3 deep so that they can't drive down their street. At the same time, we have situations where people do supplement income. And so my thought on this is that we have to be willing to delineate areas where, protected areas, if you will. I mean, we do that with our environment. Surely we can figure out a way to do that with our residences so that people are protected from being inundated by commercial type entities. And then in the commercial areas, we use things such as Joe referenced, opportunity zones to supplement the funding needed to build affordable housing. Because in a lot of ways it doesn't pencil out. And I can tell you first class, right here from in this situation, is that it doesn't pencil out always. And so if we use opportunity zones but still protect those other areas, then we have an opportunity to provide provide the housing that we need in the county, which is clear.
I will just speak to the moratorium and the recent petition that's been circulating in favor of anything goes property rights, and how the council has taken away people's private property rights. And I would state that the community is behind the moratorium. There were 600 signatures on a petition in 2 days. I think that you're doing the right thing, and that the community supports your pace and your prudence with the moratorium. So that's my opinion, that it's supported.
Curtis?
Question. A lot of what we're dealing with, on the housing, for our own affordable housing plans, with the high density housing overlay, the units that we have approved, once built out, we're well on track to provide the inventory that we've identified as needed for affordable housing and workforce housing. And so I guess, be aware that as you step into this, we're still working on it, but a lot of things are in motion, that are tailored to address that issue. And so, I'm curious to know what else you think are the big issues that the county should have a role in and help mitigate and solve in the community. And also, there's a lot of talk of TRT, and there's a lot of talk of the economy and the lack of diversification, and a lot of it is very binary, and it's either pro-growth or anti-growth. And if you're seeing and following this debate of what we should do with tourism promotion dollars, a lot of it is focused on either from two places. A lack of planning got us to the point that we're at now, or planning isn't necessarily to blame, it's that the volumes of people, there's just too much of it. And we need to dial that back to a more sustainable place. So my question for you is, are you entering this from the standpoint that, you're pro-growth and that insufficient planning has put us in this situation? Or is it just a matter of we've evolved to this point and the county has a role in dialing back the volumes of people that enter into arches or, even our community? And with the zoning stuff, a lot of that has to do with folks wanting to see the county play a role in keeping us from oversaturating the lodging market. What's your stance on those issues?
I'll step into that because I think that there's two factors that can play. One is I really, in looking back and kind of having tracked Moab, we were here and we left for about 20 years and have come back. And in tracking that, you could see where, in a lot of ways, we didn't realize what Moab was going to become. A lot of people jumped on that bandwagon and have driven it. The challenge I think we face is that the box is open. We love Moab, that's why we're here. And a lot of people love Moab, and I don't think we can stop that. And so I think that the impetus is to put a very concerted effort on managing the growth. I don't think we can stop it. I understand the moratorium, and I get that. But we're not going to stop this. This is a beautiful place. People long to come here for the various and sorted reasons. And so I think our responsibility is to be creative in ways that we protect Moab so that when they come here, they can still fall in love with it. And every day when we drive from the valley or wherever we go in Moab, we continue to fall in love with it, so it's not something we despise. But I don't think we're going to stop it. I'm not pro-growth, but I am. We have to be responsible and recognize that it's going to move. And if we don't take responsibility for that, it will roll us over, and we will find ourselves continually trying to get up on this curveball, because it's here, it's right there.
I have to agree with what Will has said, but I want to back up and look at the big picture. I was here in '85 when 2/3 of this community moved out. And I have to tell you, having an economy is a blessing. Where we have missed the ball is planning and making it run smoothly. And as you know, I'm serving on your committee on transportation. And we have come up with many solutions to get the traffic off the streets. And one of the conflicts that the recent Planning Commission has had is wanting to plan for more cars and parking in various projects and maintaining a minimum parking. But I have to say, if you look at the big picture in the future, even General Motors now is buying millions of dollars of investment in scooters and e-bikes. The middle population wants to get away from cars. And I think by planning and looking at the future for Grand County, and as you know, I'm serving on USU Moab, and I am very passionate that the campus will bring diversity versatility to our economy, and that's what we need. We need to look at the transportation and diversifying our economy and treat our economy as a blessing. You know, people, there are for help signs all over town. That is a blessing. And what is making it look bad is the traffic. But back in the 90s, we had money for a bypass, but the people wanted the traffic downtown. And so that project died, even though we got the funding for it. So it's planning and working together that makes it happen.
I bet you really wish you could just sign something and make it work and fix it immediately by decree. Wouldn't that be nice? I've not met a whole lot that works like that, but I agree with what they're saying is if we can help lean and steer things towards certain targets. We all know there's certain tourism that brings in a lot of dollars for not as much impact. And we need to steer things that direction. We can help steer and encourage businesses that are low impact and high economy. There are things we can do toward advertising that will steer those type of people in. I don't think we need to stop it. We can't. The internet's out, right? It's a done deal. But if we can bring in and target people that don't have as much impact, not as many cars.
The bullseye of that target is the e-bike, in my view. We've heard Doug talk about reducing parking spaces for people who function with e-bikes. I would just say, you know, I haven't been out of Moab much in the last 20 years, but I took a drive out to Long Beach, California for a funeral. Let me tell you, we drove here tonight, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, out there at 3:30 in the morning, and right now there are hundreds of thousands of people on a 10-lane freeway all day and all night long. I got to say, I'm so optimistic by our problems. Our problems are other places' impossible dream. So I look at it very differently now. I think people, when they come here and they get stuck in traffic, well, when I get stuck in traffic, it blows my mind. But when they get stuck in traffic, it's like, it's still nothing to them. I say, when my guests ask me, I send them out as early in the morning as they can go. Don't get stuck in traffic. Don't get stuck at arches. All I can say is I'm so optimistic at this point, whereas, I don't know, just a short time ago, I was among those who thought that Moab had gone beyond the tipping point. I don't see it that way anymore at all.
I am one of those who will be the curmudgeon in the room and say that enough is enough, and that the people have spoken, and continuously our election cycles will show that the progressives who are trying to rein in growth are the ones who prevail in the elections, and it's for a reason. Now, anything that we can do to dial back the TRT spending on additional publication of Southeast Utah is what we need to work on. I'm very concerned about the lack of support that we have with our state level elected officials. I don't think that they have our back on this yet. So that's where the work needs to be done. UAC, I'm not totally up to speed on the attitudes about UAC right now, but I understand that Summit County dropped out of UAC, and that's concerning, and I think I saw that coming. So that's my opinion. I think that we need to, you know, there's a lot of literature out now about a lot of high-end, or let's say destination, famous destination tourist attractions, and they can cater to the clientele that they want. Like you said, like if we want to have low-impact visitors, we can work on that, but I don't, enough is enough.
I feel that tourism, as much as possible, should be paying for the growing pains associated with growth, even if that adversely affects growth. And otherwise, to your question about what the council otherwise needs to focus on, I would say one thing that would be totally related would be to continue to just improve education, improve the environment for our youth in first-class institutions, and programs to uplift our own youth that grow here, so that the most talented and brightest people that live and grow up here will stay here and start businesses because they know better than anyone else what kind of economy our locals here want.
Come on, guys.
I just got one.
Go ahead.
So you've noticed probably in the paper our budget's coming up. Just wondered what kind of information or help you'd bring to us if you were able to get on and help with that.
And before you answer that, there's a mic on the edge of the table. You can leave it there, but just kind of lean in as you guys are all sharing that.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering, our budget's coming up, and you can see that there's a little bit of a shortfall. Wondered how and what you guys would bring to that to help us try to figure that out, or what your schooling is, or what your abilities are to help us with the budget. Is that clear enough?
Thank you.
I'll dive in. I don't like taxes, but that's how I make my living. Whenever taxes go up, I'm the bad guy. So when your taxes go up, you're the bad guy. I get that, right? But I don't know all the details. I don't know exactly what the budget is on the county or where the money's being spent. But I've been running a business for about 20 years, and there are things you spend money on because they're a good thing to do, and you got the money. There are things you can spend money on because you absolutely have to do it. And that's the first place we need to look, is when I don't have enough money to do everything I need to do, I look and say, okay, what do I have to do? And what is it that I want to do that's a really, really good thing to do that I can't quite afford to do right now? That's step one. The last step is sometimes taxes have to go up. It stinks, but that's the way it is. Everything's getting more expensive. Every now and then, I've had to raise my prices. I don't like doing that, but that's what I have to do to survive. It's both, and you got to look at both. In business, you know it is. It's your return on investment. Taxes are the same way. It's not, gee, we have money. What good projects do we have to spend it on? It's what do we really need? There's a lot of good stuff that we just can't do.
That's a hard one to follow up on because everything you said is correct. And me, as a property owner, I feel the pain. So.
I'll go along with that as well. I think there's you know, having run a business since 2004, a mental health clinic, and we ran about $1 million every year. And one of the things that I had to learn a hard lesson because I wasn't a business major, I was a psychology major. And about the first 3 or 4 years, I learned that I wasn't a business major. And I had to learn it the hard way. I had to learn that the thing that makes budgets work is accountability, top to bottom. Top to bottom. If the guy out there hammering nails is accountable to pick up a nail, straighten it out, and hammer it in rather than leaving it on the ground, we can balance a budget. Now sometimes there's impacts and we don't see them coming, and we have to adjust. But that sort of accountability, and as Ken said, there's our needs and there's our wants. And if we're accountable, it's very easy to distinguish those. And if we are highly accountable, if we have to raise taxes, it is easy to go to the public and say, look, we will show you, we will be completely transparent, and you can see what it looks like. And then they'll jump on board. And then they'll see we understand that, if it serves them as well. But we have to be accountable to that.
I can offer that my entire career I've worked with government budgets and shoestring budgets, library budgets, and I understand the various revenue streams, and I think that the priority is hearing from the department heads to figure out what they really need versus what they'd like to see, and yeah, so I do have experience working with government budgets and the software.
I've worked for 3 different nonprofit boards, looked at budgets line by line, discussed them, approved them. I generally don't think that, I think that overextension with regards to expenses is not good practice, but I also believe that decreasing or not having appropriate revenues is also a way of, in sort of a way, it increases expenses and the burden on the budget.
I am employing my special quality right now, and I am listening to these people. I only know I live my life in the black. My little restaurant was in the black. My home is in the black, and it's a narrow budget. My roof needs replacing. What am I going to do? My taxes are 15% of the salary. Yours may be more. For the council, I know. All I know is know how to live within my means, and when it comes to budgeting, I'm going to be the freshman councilman. God willing.
Maybe I could just throw one more thing in there. The other thing, and I don't know where you've been on this, but I think also is that, at least in my learning experience, was that sometimes we try to just reinvent the wheel. There may be other revenue streams that we haven't thought about, and maybe we go out there and we look at opportunities to create revenue in places that hadn't been created before. And so I think that it's just, again, it's bringing all these different places together for success.
Correct? Yeah. How many of you still have children at home? Young ones? Old ones?
14, 16, and 17.
2.5.
2.5. You got young ones.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, been there. It'll get better.
Curtis?
As Ms. Tallman has kind of alluded to with a bit of a partisan twist, people are really passionate about politics in Moab, and it's been that way forever. And you know, with the newspaper coverage of things and a lot of the way people apply themselves, whether they're up here or they're speaking to the council, partisan lines are drawn and we're kind of put in these boxes. And so my question for you is oftentimes you can it's really not clear partisan lines, red and blue. It's tribal. It becomes tribal. There's different groups of Moab that kind of have their banner and they do their thing. And so my question for you is, do you feel like you're coming to this position to represent a tribe with a banner? And if so, you know, who is that? And if not, I'd like for the council to hear some examples, you know, either in your professional or your personal life in Moab, where you have the ability to see where the other people are coming from, understand their perspective, and work with them. Because where the council's at its best is when we're identifying what people are good at, what they're not good at, and we're working as a team. When we're at our worst is when we're sitting here clinging on to our tribal banner.
Absolutely agree. The chair of the Republican Party spoke to me the other day. He said he was in City Market the other day and someone spit on him. I've been watching, Eve mentioned a petition that's online right now. It topped out at about 100 people. But I watched the comments that people are making, and boy, the frustration with the moratorium, for example, was so profound. I see myself trying to find a way to hear those people, hear the people that that are not in my tribe. I would get a telephone and publish my phone number and hear from those people, meet them. I love the Coffee with Curtis idea. That's what I would want to do is seek out the opinions of the people that are not in my so-called tribe. I don't know what my tribe is, what my tribe might be, but that would be my goal.
Mark nailed it. It's talk to people. You want to frustrate somebody? Make it look like you didn't hear them, or make it look like you didn't understand them. That will tick people off and frustrate them. Golly, I had fun for a few years with the debate team. And what we taught the kids in debate was, if you can honestly understand the perspective from your opponent, from their perspective, then you can come to a solution. And in debate, you can actually usually win because you understand everything better. But you really have to look at it and try to understand it from their perspective. And if you can do that, you communicate. You make people realize that you're not ignoring them. And and you don't think they're idiots because they disagree with you. You don't think they're evil because they disagree with you. They just disagree with you. They look at life from a different perspective. And if we can look at life from a different perspective, we can usually resolve conflicts. I had fun, okay, my first year as president of the Moab Irrigation Company was the worst drought in forever. We had a little bit of conflict that year. It was highly educational. We almost had the sheriff involved. We had issues. And it was a matter of going out and talking to the shareholders and listening to them. Finding out what their concerns were and let them know that you really understood their concern. And then you bring it back, you discuss it, and you work it out. We got it worked out. We didn't have to involve the sheriff. We didn't have to arrest one of our shareholders for stealing stuff. He gave me a call. I drove my pickup out. He helped me load it in the truck. We drove it back. That's what we need to do. And I think that we could all do that. I mean, that's obvious what we need. You can't make everybody happy all the time, but you can help.
I'm in several different groups, and I feel, like Ken said, I listen. And actually, I wanted to talk to Mary after this meeting and communicate to her that one of the best and most informative grassroots feedback I ever got on the community was when I was ringing the bell for the Salvation Army. People would come up to me and put $2 or $3 in the bell that I know because I wrote the check, that the year before I had given them several $100s. And they would come to me and tell me how much it has helped them. And to help your homeless situation, we just might have to revisit the commander's vacancy. That's a long-term solution, not that it works. So it's listening to all your friends and all the networks that you work in.
I think that what I'd like to say is that there's a demographic that I represent that is fairly prevalent in town, and what I would personally like to see on the council is a younger demographic such as Gabe can offer the community. I think he represents so many people in this community who are young and energized and serving the community and are and those in need. That's all I have to say about that.
I would say that I'm not afraid to identify as a progressive thinker, but I don't view this as a partisan position. I think through my current work as the farm director of the Youth Garden Project, I demonstrate the ability to make an impact with every kid in our school district, hundreds of community members, hundreds of kids. I use this space to grow food and demonstrate how the natural environment works. I do have strong feelings about how that should be done. I practice organic practices, but never do I make that the first sentence in how I describe what I do to the people that use my space, because the moment I use the O word, that alienates people and that'll make my message less effective. So I fully understand and see when injecting politics in the situation can only detract from consensus building and decision making.
So I think it's really clear that Ken and I represent the bald, good-looking guy tribe.
That went without saying.
I know. I had to say it, though. I had to say it.
I think.
No, I think that, yeah. I think that,
Yeah, wave your banner, Mark.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
yeah, rub it in. You know, it's interesting. Yeah, receding guys, someday, you can join us. It's okay. Come to our tribe. I think what we're talking about here is fear. And we fear other people because they're not like us. And if we're unwilling to look at somebody or listen to what they feel and what they experience and what they believe, and not consider them still a human being that's going to have those types of feelings and thoughts without dismissing them as lesser than us. If we can't do that, we have no business being in a position of authority. And so we have to do that. And as we lead out with that and have these interactions with people that are not like us, people will follow. People will follow. And so then sometimes it's partisan because it's a belief, not because it's an elephant or a donkey or whatever, but it's because some way we believe, but we know that we want them to respect that belief, and therefore we respect another person's belief. And I made the last 12 years of my life, I made a career out of trying to do that. It doesn't always work. 25% of the time I can save a marriage. The other 75, it doesn't go so well.
One more, Greg, and we do have a big meeting here, so.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Oh,
I'd like to make a motion.
please do.
Could we make closing comments?
I would entertain a brief,
Very brief.
very brief.
All due respect for my compatriots, I'm very impressed with them all. And you have a good group to choose from. I know who I would choose if I were you. I just want to say, that's all I really want to say.
Thanks for that. Any other closing comments?
You got it.
You got it. Greg?
Then I'd like to nominate Gabriel Wytek for the position.
Motion made by Greg Halliday. Is that a second? Seconded by Mary McGann. For having interviewed all eligible candidates, there's a motion to officially appoint Gabriel Wytek. Is that Wytek? Wytek. To fill the vacant seat of Grant County Council District 1 and swear him into office with appointment ending at noon on the first Monday of 2021, with me signing all the documents. All those in favor?
Aye. Discussion?
Oh, sorry, discussion. Sorry. I get reading and I get caught up and discussion. Seeing none? No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Well, thank you all for applying, and it's been nice to take the opportunity to prod you and ask you difficult questions. I think I wouldn't have an issue with any of you, because a lot of the issues that we're dealing with right now, they're really not ideologically rooted. And you all have a lot of experience in different areas going on right now in the county. And so I appreciate your interest very much. And it's amazing how when we have these elections and people, they go unopposed, and then a seat opens up and we've got, 7 applications.
That's true.
And I think that's great. The current motion on the floor is not my first choice, but seeing the direction this is going, I won't drag you all through a substitute motion and draw this out awkwardly and lengthy. So, but again, thank you all for applying, and look forward to working with you on the committees and things moving forward. So.
Here, here.
One more comment is, yes, thank you very much. It was difficult. I read over all of your letters and such more than once. It's been, and what I would encourage is, I know there's going to be an opening on the Planning Commission, and that is an extremely important job. And it's a nice step into finding out how the county works and a lot about the zoning. So, if I would encourage you to look at the boards, because there were a lot of vacancies are coming up, and serving on the boards in this community is an unsung heroes, because people don't know what's going on, and yet you've heard our reports. A lot of what's making this community work is not what we're doing up here, but what the boards are doing throughout the county.
Jalen?
Just very quickly, I am so impressed. I love you all. I want to work with all of you. And so I do want to reiterate, we have an election coming up, and there will be 4 seats to be filled. So please come back.
5.
5? Wait.
Because there's 4 council members plus this.
Oh, right,
for
because
election.
that one
That's-
is this cycle, my cycle.
Okay, so the only two that don't have to run next time is you and you.
Let's have a vote, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of nominating Gabe?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 4-2 with Wells and Paxman in opposition. Thank you all so much. Kudos to all of you. We do appreciate you.
Yeah.
And now for the exciting swear-in.
Let me just finish writing down the motion, so I don't forget.
Look at the seat we got for him.
Doug, for your story, Gabe's not the first millennial on this board, all right?
No, we got.
Oh, are we gonna have an age off over there?
Isn't that you, Kurt?
I'm barely at the cutoff.
I didn't make that claim. I
I'm not.
recognize that.
Is this you, Chris?
Yeah, hold on.
I had to go.
Okay.
Well, that's why the board. And I don't really know.
All right, you ready to get sworn?
Come on, at least
Come
stand
forward.
up. Go, make this off. Come on, this is his moment.
Raise your hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will support,
that I will support,
obey,
obey,
and defend the Constitution of the United States
and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
All right, congratulations. Welcome aboard.
Condolences.
Yeah. All right. Look at this, a full council. That brings us to item J, approving proposed resolution establishing the Motorized Trail Committee, which includes the bylaws of the Motorized Trails Committee. This has got Cliff's name by it, but Cliff, you want to come up front? Is there anyone on the payroll to join them? Or?
They're welcome to.
Okay, all right. Lay it on us, Cliff.
Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Cliff Kuntz, Executive Director of Ride with Respect, and I also have some other volunteers for what has been a provisional Motorized Trails Committee here tonight. Dee McNenny of the Moab Friends for Wheeling and Red Rock Four-Wheel Drive Clubs, as well as Jason Taylor, who's hoping to represent snowmobile use on our committee. So Ride with Respect has been around for what's approaching 20 years and 20,000 hours of service work on public lands. A lot of it is things like reroutes away from sensitive resources to both conserve those resources that surround the trail and conserve the access to the trail itself. But we feel that our work just isn't keeping up with the pace of more use and more types of use that's out there. And the clubs like Moab Friends for Wheeling and Red Rock Four-Wheelers have done similar amounts of work and come to similar conclusions. So in this past May, we decided that the best way to expand the scale of our stewardship is through basically borrowing Trail Mix's approach of more formally collaborating with one another and with the land managers through a county committee. We've met 8 times thus far, and we've gotten help from Christina Sloan to draft a resolution that's like an updated version of the Trail Mix resolution. And we just hope that you'll recognize the potential of a Motorized Trails Committee. So let us know if there's any questions or concerns.
Mary?
I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the proposed resolution establishing the Motorized Trail Committee, which includes the bylaws of the Motorized Trails Committee, and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Second.
Motion made by Mary McGann, seconded by Curtis Wells. Discussion? Jalen?
So in your bylaws, it lists membership. Are you going to have a limit on the number of members? Okay.
No.
Okay. And I actually think I answered that question for myself later in the document, maybe. I just read way too much today.
And as to that point, I question the efficiency and structure of that, but it's how Trail Mix has operated and it's worked, so we went with it.
Zachariah?
Yeah, I just want to take the opportunity to voice my support for the creation of this committee. I haven't made the last few meetings. I attended the first 3 or 4 and have a lot of confidence in Cliff and his commitment to the cause. And I think that this Motorized Trails Committee is actually long overdue, so it's really exciting to see all of the user groups coming together and acknowledging the need and the potential for this group.
Thank you. The active trails and or active transportation and trails, as well as the road department and the Moab Area Travel Council, have attended most of the meetings, and it's just great to see the broad support.
I think it's a great idea. There's been recent discussions coming up with e-bikes and the like, and where do they fit in, and then with the issues of OHVs and where it's nice to be able to have a voice that we can kind of lean to for someone to speak for the community, and so I think it's a great idea. And with that, if there's no other discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
I have a question. You don't have a traffic.
Tara's getting them in.
Oh, he's getting it. But could we get, is there an extra iPad or something we could give to Gabriel so he could pull up traffic?
I will look into that. Oh, you
Great.
mean right now?
Yeah.
You mean right now? I don't even know where to.
Charger or an iPad charger.
I have
give him an
this.
iPad.
I
Yeah.
have,
What's that then?
I have.
Somebody stole mine or borrowed mine out of mine.
Okay, here we go. Look at this. Teamwork makes the dream work. Here we go. Lay it on. There's your follow on. Great. I think Gabe's good. I think we're good.
Thank you.
Welcome to the
My
team.
apologies for not thinking of that.
Appreciate you. We look forward to hearing more from you.
Thanks,
All right, next up is item K, unless we need more, we rolling here?
Yeah, we're rolling.
All right, next up is item K, approving proposed state government contract with Tempest Nova to migrate Grand County Office Technologies to G Suite for Business. Matt Siniceros.
Hello. This agreement is it's complex. It does a number of things for us. Mostly the biggest part that I need it for is to get us off of our current email exchange server that has been running for the last several years. Last year I had recommended to move to Office 365, which is a competitive suite of cloud computing that handles email as well as a few different things. Through this year I've gone through a number of times of migrating to that, all of which didn't really work out as I expected it to. All of those would still require that I have to keep this Exchange server running in order to be able to make that happen. Whereas I need to be able to get that server off so that it creates some more resources to be able to free up the other pieces. The other nice part about moving to G Suite is that this provides the county and all the users that are in there access to the full suite of Google's applications. I think everybody in here has touched Gmail at one point or another in their lives. It has word processing, spreadsheets, presentation stuff, but it also gets into some of their enterprise things like Google Hangouts, which allows video conferencing. There's a number of other good pieces to it that provide discovery, retention, particularly for email. It's fully compliant. It's locked down and hardened. It's all on US-based servers. And so it does address a number of compliance issues that exist with the current setup that would need to be resolved. This is an ongoing commitment every year, and I have included it in my 2020 budget, and I have monies for it for this year to get stood up and transferred all over. I need to get this approved now so that we can get it onto their schedule and done before the end of the year, before I lose those monies. If you don't approve this, then I will be coming back to you with a budget request that's probably closer to about $30,000 to upgrade and replace the current Exchange server. Doing that, it will solve a number of the space limitations that are happening with that server, but it does not provide any of those collaboration tools that are becoming more and more valuable across the organization. One of the other big pluses to the G Suite business series that we're looking at here is that it provides unlimited cloud storage. So for a number of our departments and offices that require some of that real-time collaboration and file sharing responsibilities, this frees up some of those pieces too. And like I said, the licensing is also another cool part when we start talking about the processing and desktop licensing kind of stuff. This theoretically can actually replace desktops, and I can start replacing things with Chromebooks for people that aren't necessarily requiring full Office suite. And I mean, the Office suite that we put in when I get a new PC for everybody currently is about $280 a seat. And this can replace that, and it can allow us to be able to actually replace, full-blown PCs, build outs about $950 a user, down to, a $250 Chromebook. So there are certainly some significant money-saving things that would be able to happen with those two.
Greg?
With that, you sold me. So
Money.
So I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the proposed state government contract with Tempus Nova to migrate Grant County Office technology to G Suite for Business and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Motion made by Greg Halliday. Second by Jalen Hawks. Discussion? You like it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's what's the time frame for the actual user switch over?
Assuming we can get on the books, it should be done before the end of the year. To answer your question about Outlook, Outlook is certainly something that everybody leans on. And that's one nice thing about the G Suite is that it is fully compliant, or compatible rather, with Outlook. But just know as we go forward, it's going to be more and more encouraged to use the cloud-based platform. Because like I said, in order to be able to even get Outlook, we have to pay for the licensing for Outlook. And there'll be some trainings that go along with all of this too, to try to ease that transition. But yeah, it will still work with Outlook.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Next up, item L, adopting proposed resolution allocating healthcare facilities sales and use tax revenues received during calendar year 2020 to eligible entities, postponed from September 17th, 2019. Ms. Baird, it says your name on it.
So this was originally postponed back in mid-September, and I believe we've got some information in our packet from each district with their requests, which don't exactly match up. So I think the council is going to have to make a determination about how to proceed, because I don't believe that there's an exact agreement between these two districts about how this should be split. So I'll just leave it with you at that.
Mary?
I've studied this a lot today and for this, but when we were doing our budgets, we decreased the health district by $155,000, while we decreased EMS by $126,000. So I'm leaning towards making sure that because of that, I propose that we keep it at 65-35.
And just to clarify that the figures that Mary indicated are how much less I'm projecting each district would get in 2020 versus what I'm projecting they will get in 2019. So it's all based on projections and also based on how much less I would project that they would get next year versus what I'm thinking they'll get this year, if that makes any sense.
So is that a motion, Mary?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we, let me pull it up. I'm on the wrong page. I move to adopt a resolution of the Grand County Council allocating healthcare facility sales and the use tax revenue received during the calendar year 2020 to be distributed quarterly by the Grand County, with 65% allocated to the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District and 35% to the Emergency Medical Service Special Service District, and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
I'll second.
Motion made by Mary McGann, seconded by Curtis Wells. Discussion? Jay Lynn?
Do you want to discuss it?
After you.
I'd like to make a substitution.
Which would be?
Which would be, I move, do you want me to discuss and then?
Cut to the percentage.
I move to adopt the resolution, a resolution of the Grand County Council allocating healthcare facility sales tax and use tables, tax revenues, received during calendar year 2020 to be distributed quarterly by Grand County, with 55% allocated to the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District and 45% allocated to the Emergency Medical Services Special Service District, and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Substitute motion made by Jay Lynn Hawks. Is there a second? Seconded by Rory Paxman. Discussion.
Just clarify, what were the percentages again? Sorry.
55 to the Healthcare Special Service District, 45 to the EMS.
Okay, discussion.
Please.
So I think that, where I'm at on this is that because there's not an agreement, as Chris has alluded to, I think it's, within reason to have a discussion to continue to transition a more even split of the sales tax, which this split has been trending in that direction. It started off at 25-75. We were at 65-35 last year. The concern that I have in doing that this year is that there's not been adequate planning for that. So the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District is basically saying we haven't planned for this at all, and it's going to cause a lot of problems for us. And EMS and Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District, they obviously haven't communicated really well with each other as far as an intention to do that, because what we're basically faced with a competitive situation, which I guess is fine, but I've mentioned to members of both boards that I don't think that that's really the best way we should handle this in such a small community with such essential services. I mean, everybody is really supportive of EMS. EMS is vital. Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District is probably not as sexy and fun and actionable as EMS, but it's an equally important service to the elderly in this community. And the demand for the services that the Healthcare Special Service District provides, we don't have the economy for that to exist without a subsidy. And so, I think in my preference, the way we would go about this is that the motion on the floor right now would fail. We would bring back a motion to keep the split the same as it was last year, 65-35, and then get out ahead of the 2021 fiscal planning process and really determine what steps, if necessary, we can take to kind of scale the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District back off of that 65% some more. Last night, I had a conversation with a board member of Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District. We did identify some areas that there's the potential to reduce, some more of the need of that 65%, but it's going to take some time to get there. And so instead of doing this in kind of a knee-jerk way with very little communication or low quality of communication, I think the prudent and thing to do is to keep the percentage split the same going into 2020 and keep the situation stable with both entities, and then do some good planning next year.
Other discussion?
And I don't feel like it's a knee-jerk reaction. I have been involved with both organizations. I think they're both offering very vital services to our community. I know EMS has grown over the past several years. Have a business plan that we were all emailed today that had stated in the business plan that their intent to work towards more allocation of the healthcare sales tax. Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District has been somewhat stable over the last several years. I don't believe that because the allocation was 65-35 last year that, I mean, leaving it the same is definitely favoring one entity over the other, and I'd like to give both entities the best possible chance to succeed and continue providing the services that we need. EMS has some, big needs coming up, building a building. And so in reading through the documents, I know that they have communicated somewhat, and Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District feels strongly that the split needs to be left at 65-35. In reading this letter from EMS, it looks like EMS offered to go 40-48 allocation with, 48 to the healthcare district and 42 to the EMS, and that was not acceptable, but I feel like a good compromise between the two places is 55-45.
Looking at the budget plan for the EMS that was adopted by us when they were leaving the county, it outlined a transition from the 2575 to 3565, and I think it had it outlined as 4060 this year. I think that neither entity was planning for a reduce in the mineral lease funds and other funds that they receive through us, or that is routed through us. I know that the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District is tasked with more than just the care center. They help a lot, if not completely right now, with the dish payment. The thing about the dish payment is the hospital is a sexy, fun sort of thing too, that people are, happy to get their name on a wing of a hospital or something. So I don't know if there's opportunity for the burden that the healthcare special services carries to be lessened, but I will be the first to acknowledge that the healthcare special service district doesn't really have other revenue sources besides the care center and their occupancy rates supporting the care center. The hospital isn't allowed to contribute their revenues to the dish payment, and I think that dish payment also benefits a lot of local residents. So I'm really torn. I could see there being a change from the 35-65, but I don't know if a jump beyond a 60-40 in one foul swoop would be the best either. So.
Can I substitute my substitute?
Holy
Can
cow.
I amend it?
Can I amend my
An
motion?
amendment to the substitute motion.
Then, with that in mind, and wanting to be a team player on all sides, I was always the last chosen. Except in dodgeball, I was the first. I would amend my motion then to same motion with the percentage allocated to Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District, 60%, and 40% allocated to EMS Emergency Medical Services Special Service District.
The second amended substitute motion by Jalen Hawks, seconded by Roy Paxman. Any further discussion? Greg?
If we do that, is that going to work for them? That's my question.
Is that going to work for?
Both of them.
I think that they would both say no. Was the message, which is why we're sitting here today. So.
Well, and I'll just make one comment that I probably will make later on regarding our budgeting process. When entities and businesses and nonprofits and county councils are handed a set of parameters, reasonable parameters that they need to work within, you adjust. That might sound cold, but I feel like this is a reasonable compromise, and it is working towards getting perhaps a more equitable allocation. I do like that Chris has said in the agenda summary that, needs change of organizations over the years, so we can't always rely on the allocation staying the same. It may change from year to year, but we need to adjust as that happens.
Roy?
Well, I can't remember, but I think this is the only two things that this can be used for, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure of the full list, but medical related.
But that's what we set it up for.
Healthcare
right?
and medical related, yeah. And so it's very restricted, yeah. And so I don't.
So to almost make it fair, you'd almost have to do just 50-50 every year, and they need to figure it out. I don't know how else to put it.
So a couple of points to that is the healthcare special service districts revenue stream is very limited, including that. EMS ability to generate revenue is more broad, so they're not necessarily apples and apples, but so I guess there's quite a bit more depth to it. I think what I'm asking for is just better communication moving forward so that we don't wind up doing a Shark Tank episode over this. And we've got a plan ahead of time so everyone, can support each other in what they're receiving. So I guess 60-40 is closer towards where we were at last year. But the Healthcare Special Service District is communicating that this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but reducing revenue for you guys sounds like catastrophic for you. And that's been the way it's been phrased to me. So I have to take you at your word. I would hope so, And so that's what I'm trying to avoid is destabilizing them where this is their primary source of revenue. The dish payment just has to be provided by a local governmental entity or nonprofit. And so the fact that the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District has been the conduit for that dish payment, that's been great. And I think there's a lot of opportunities there, namely with the city of Moab, a good place for them to be pulling on the rope. But that's a future opportunity. But I'm really hesitant to put the senior center in this healthcare special service district in a position that they can't navigate through financially. It's not as simple as, well, this is what it is, go figure it out, unfortunately.
Yes, I agree with Curtis. The special health district started talking about getting this tax on the books. Yeah, I believe when I was reading through things like in 2012, if I'm right. I mean, they started this and worked on it and got it up and ready to go to the public, and then then asked the EMS to join in. And it is their only source. And I do think, even if we said now that, by next year, we're going to have a more equitable split or whatever, and start working on maybe taking part of the disc payment away from their preview and getting it to some other nonprofit, start working on ways to help the specials, but not, I just think it's soon.
Chris, were you, I wasn't sure if you were talking about this over there.
I was just looking up when the last time that the law changed for this particular revenue stream, and it changed after we adopted the resolution, so I just wanted to make sure that everyone realizes that
I can't hear you.
that the law prevails regardless of what our resolution says. But anyway, I was just looking that up.
Okay.
It didn't have any bearing on the conversation.
Okay. Gotcha. And with your projections that you had worked up, there was some back and forth about, lessening it out of one pot, increasing another pot, and the bottom line figure that's being contributed to these two entities. Are you familiar enough with total sort of contributions going to each entity, and have you seen their budgets to kind of see as one entity that's operating out of their rainy day fund trying to coach two other entities operating out of their rainy day fund? Do you know kind of who's in the hole the deepest?
No.
Okay.
EMS this is their first year as a district, and so it's kind of harder to quantify exactly. And I haven't really seen their most updated budgets, and so I would say that I'm not aware. And it's been since probably September that I looked at the healthcare district's budget, so I'd have to remind myself. But they sent, I think they sent in a summarized version that was a component of this back in September, but I haven't looked at it recently.
Are council members interested in hearing from the entities, or are we just, right now we're talking about a 5% difference between the motions?
We should restate the 60-40 is what's on the table, so we need to vote on that. I've been lobbied enough, but by all means.
Okay, that's, all right, so.
Time limit, 3 minutes. Because I just think I see what you're saying. Okay. If we're gonna hear from them, let's do a time limit, because I feel like we've heard, we've heard a lot. We've heard it again and again and again, and I think we all know how we're gonna vote. Well, yes.
So substitute motion on the floor for a 60-40 split.
It's an amended
An
motion.
Substitute motion made by Jalen Hawks, seconded by Rory Paxman.
So just to clarify the difference between an amended motion and a substitute motion. If you amend a motion, then you vote on the amendment, and then you have to vote on the actual substitute motion after you vote on the amended motion.
So if the differences between the amended and the substitute is just the percentage split, we vote on one and then we vote down the next one.
Well, so if you vote to amend it, then it will be, as Jalen stated, 60-40. And then you have to vote again on the substitute motion. So that's why we oftentimes will do substitute motions instead of amended motions, because the substitute motion actually completely
Gotcha.
supplants the previous motion.
We're voting to accept the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Because there could be multiple amendments to a
discussion.
motion. That's why it doesn't carry. Somebody's got to keep you guys in line.
I was so quick to say I've been lobbied, but I do think we have a new council member that hasn't heard from either district. I think it would be appropriate to allow both districts 3 minutes to state their position.
3 minutes. Or we could just arm wrestle. Should we have arm wrestling now? All right, huddle amongst yourselves, choose one representative, you have 3 minutes, or you can go back and forth.
Well, I think we'll pass. I think we've said everything we need to, and so, yeah.
Well, but Gabriel hasn't heard your.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's what this is for.
That's why I'm suggesting.
I apologize.
Please.
We're putting you back to 35, Andy.
This is like the Family Feud lightning round. We need a little buzzer between.
I'll take less than 3.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to point out, I mean, what we're trying to do, and when we created the business plan that was reviewed by the council back when the district was created, this was part of that plan, was to continue a motion towards a more even split. That was part of the growth plan. Our call volume's up 11.5% right now. Year-to-date expenses increase as call volume goes up, of course. And we're limited in our revenue as well. We don't have the same streams. We can take Medicaid and Medicare and private insurance, and they can take Medicaid, Medicare, and private insurance. So we're kind of in the same boat as far as that goes. And our hope is to reach, and I talked with Joed about that, to have some sort of longer-term plan about this so that it's not a battle royale every year, and I don't think it needs to be that. I think we can definitely come to some sort of agreement. So that's kind of where our entity's coming from. We're looking at about $180,000 shortfall next year to break even, and so that's what we had planned on that increase incrementally as we put in the business plan that we presented to the council back in 2018. So thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Chair, with the Grand County Healthcare Special Service District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I only have 3 minutes. I just want to say that, just to clarify, we do not have DISH money in our budget this year, so we will not be able to be providing that to the hospital. And with the 60-40 split, it will really have a very negative impact on our bottom line. And I don't even know with that if we would be able to continue to operate the care center beyond next year. So basically, Curtis is right. That kind of split would be catastrophic. And these residents in our community that we built this center for so that they didn't have to leave, will have to leave. And that to me, I know it's a difficult decision for you, but it's even a bigger decision for us. So just to be honest about what it means to our senior community.
So any other discussion? We have an amendment to the motion on the floor for the 60-40. All those in favor? All those opposed? So the amendment carries. It was 4-3. Oh, no, it was Greg, Jalen, Gabe, and Rory in favor of the amendment, with McGann, Wells, and Clapper in opposition to the amendment. And so now that brings us back, so the motion carries to amend the substitute motion. So now we have a substitute motion of 60-40. All those in favor? Same. Do I need to read them again? Okay. And then we have the original motion of
So the original motion is disposed now because the substitute motion
Oh.
was voted on. So we're done.
You gotta
Thanks.
call yeas, nays, though.
Okay, so, motion carries, Halliday, Hawks, it's gonna take me a meeting or two.
Wojtek. Just
Wol-
how it looks. Wojtek.
Wojtek,
There you go.
Paxman, in favor with McGann, Wells, Clapper in opposition.
Got it.
We actually didn't take that, but that sounds,
Oh.
that's probably how it was gonna go.
Well, he did, but maybe you did
I
it too
called
fast.
for the favor, and then there was 4, and then I didn't call for it. Do you need
Yeah.
the opposite?
I'm good.
All those opposed?
I just wasn't sure.
So just to verify, you're opposed, and you're opposed, and you're opposed, right? Okay, got it.
Okay.
All right, next up is item M, approving a 10,000 grant match contribution for Utah Conservation Commission grant awarded to the Grand County Conservation District. Chris, you are on a roll.
Am I on another one? Oh, yeah.
You are on
Okay.
another.
So, Cara Dornrend is here, and she applied for a grant for a wood chipper, I think, or a big chipper that's intended to help out with doing invasive species mitigation in riparian areas in our community. And there's a lot of benefits to that, notably, eliminating the risk of fire. But anyway, I think it's great that she got that grant. It's certainly an important thing. And so $10,000 could come out of our junk cleanup fund, which we established at $50,000 this year. Really haven't spent much of anything out of that, so there's certainly the budget for it. And I believe, I haven't got the information right in front of me, but I believe that, what was the full cost?
Full cost of the chipper, assuming it
Should we have her come
get
up?
a better price through, should I?
Either mic, you can sit, you
Mike,
can
I'll sit
stand.
down. So the estimate or the sales quote I was working off of in putting the proposal together was for $41,960. Found out after the grant was awarded that there is a multiple award contract that the state has with Vermeer in Salt Lake, so I don't know if that might go down. But if it does, it's probably only by about 10%. And it's a chipper similar to the one Forestry Fire and State Lands has, so it's about a 12-inch, and it's intended to be brought on site so that chipping can occur and the chips used in place to mitigate also for the fine fuels.
Yeah, and so just to clarify, this would be for the Grand County Conservation District, and it's a Utah Conservation Commission grant.
And one last thing, I'm sorry, the chipper would be housed and maintained at the Moab Valley Fire Department, since it's expressly for fire fuels work, and so it then would be available, and there's a whole, we have to work out some details, but, yeah.
Was Fire interested in matching on the grant?
Fire can't match on the grant, they don't have the capacity this time.
But they are providing space to,
Yes, space and maintenance costs are being covered by fire.
I love it. Mary?
Whoops, I'm on the wrong one.
So
Lynn?
where's, sorry, I guess I could wait for discussion. Go ahead, Mary.
Back to Mary.
I move to approve a 10,000 grant match contribution to be paid to the Grand County Conservation District for the purchase of a chipper for the 2019 junk cleanup budget and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Motion made by Mary McGann, seconded by Greg Halliday. Discussion. Jay Lynn?
So that will be purchased this year, then I'm assuming this budget year. And where is the junk cleanup budget housed? Is that in
it's in
economic development?
community and economic development.
It was under,
Okay.
when we used to have
So, yeah, we didn't end up spending much out of that. I guess the plans for that fell through or whatever. I'm not sure.
the
But
code, we don't have a code enforcer and just a lot of, but this is in a lot of ways the same thing because it will be used to clean up, and oftentimes when you're cleaning up the debris, the chips and the wood and such, you find other debris underneath it to clean up. And so it will help with fire mitigation and cleanup.
Jalen?
So I'm assuming by that statement, this can be used as the county's portion of fire mitigation costs?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wow, I didn't even think that. So that's-
I mentioned that to Chris, I thought, but yeah.
Oh,
So it would go through it for our fire mitigation and also help a little bit with the fire department. So it
Yeah,
would
so
help.
I think we have to make about a $16,000 contribution in total, so, but that takes, quite a bit out of it, so.
Excellent.
Let's vote.
All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carl.
Next up is item N, approving proposed agreement for joint health services and joint substance abuse services between Carbon, Emory, and Grand Counties and Four Corners Community Behavioral Health. Christina Sloan.
This is an amendment and extension of our current agreement with Four Corners. They provide, of course, our mental health and substance abuse services in the county. They are a sole source provider. They have proposed a change on the way they charge their services, which is to Grand County's benefit. So they used to charge based on population and taxable valuation of the land. This, for whatever reason, was the only one of these districts in which it was charged that way in the state. So they have proposed a change where it would be, services would be charged 100% based on population. So that would save us approximately about $6,000 a year. It does extend the term for another 10 years. That was up for renewal soon anyway, but this is amending slightly early and extending. Carbon has already approved it, and it's up for approval tonight in Emory County as well. And Jaylyn has done a lot on this, if she wants.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
Yeah, and I will just mention Karen Dolan, the executive director, is in Carbon, and Christina was gracious enough to present this that she's worked so hard on as well. So I move to approve the proposed amendment, I move to approve the proposed agreement for joint mental health services and joint substance abuse services between Carbon, Emory, and Grand Counties and Four Corners Community Behavioral Health Incorporated, and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Motion made by Jalen Hawks. Seconded by Greg Halliday. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously, 6-0, with Councilmember McGann temporarily out of the room. Next up is item O, approving proposed agreement with CFC Pace, titling trust to designate the Radcliffe Hotel as a CPACE assessment area, levy a CPACE assessment, and assign the assessment for the Radcliffe Hotel project. Zachariah.
Okay, so the hotel in question is actually within city limits, but the CPACE financing has come through the county because the city of Moab is not set up to oversee this process, and they don't have a property tax bill, so it would be a little unusual for them to take on a financing program that ended up being a lien on a property tax bill. So that is the reason why it's in front of us. As you all may remember, the county did choose to join the state's CPACE district, which means that a lot of the administration of CPACE at a larger level happens with the state rather than burdening us administratively. And the project in front of us is, I think, the first, if not the first, definitely the second CPACE deal in the state of Utah. So I imagine that this will also generate a little bit of press for us in a positive way. CPACE, or commercially assessed property, or commercial property assessed clean energy, is a financing tool that enables developers, commercial developers, to integrate energy efficiency and renewable energy elements into their projects. And the way it works is that a private lender will lend to the developer, and with the approval of the jurisdiction in which it's located, the financing can be placed as a long-term assessment on the property and paid back over time on a property tax bill. That doesn't mean that the county is involved or that the county receives the payments. With the approvals tonight, you will essentially be the lien holder on this bond for the split second between when you approve it and when it gets turned over to the lender. The lender is providing the money for the renewable energy and energy efficiency components of this project. And the only way to take advantage of the long-term financing associated with CPACE, and so that that lien responsibility transfers with ownership, is for the county to approve this deal. So it's a little unusual and strange, that the county is even involved, but the only way to, get this financing at the competitive rates that the developers are able to access is for us to follow this process. But I want to just, state that, my office is certainly supportive of it, because it hopefully in the long run will initiate a lot more energy efficiency and renewable energy projects and design elements within development projects in the community. So it's a good thing. I can't thank Christina enough for all of the time and effort she put in to correcting the documents that first arrived on our desks from the state. She has really raised the bar for the state, and I think that any of the next deals, whether here or elsewhere, are without a doubt going to benefit from all of her efforts. So it was a tough and long road to get here, but we're ready for approval and ready to move on. So there you have it.
Jaylyn.
Are there any risks for the county associated with this? Okay, thank you.
That's what I was going to speak to. So you have on the dais the written agreement that has some slight minor revisions, but this is what we'll be approving. And then the packet that's in the packet is a bunch of exhibits to this. By statute, the lender, when we assign this lien to the lender, they agree to release us from all liability. There's all that is statutorily prescribed, but it's also in the agreement as well. The only reason we're involved is because this acts as a super priority lien, and then we're the only ones that can create it and then assign it. And so that's all within the statutory framework to incentivize these type of projects. It is the project going in at the Gearheads location, just so everyone knows, and it's going to be a small boutique hotel that's being energy designed. And there is a rep from Radcliffe Hotel back here in the corner. I thought you might be the one. So if you guys have any questions for the owner, developer, she's available.
Where is it located?
Next to City Market, where Gearheads and the optometrist used to be located.
Sad loss of retail space, but pretty groovy sounding project.
I don't know for sure, but my understanding is that some of that retail space will be integrated into the hotel.
It's my understanding they're moving Gearheads to where the Moab Tourism Center is now, and they're actually going to rebuild a different building for them there.
Oh, they're not going to stay in the...
No.
So Zachary, sorry, would you say that this is widely known option amongst potential developers here in town?
It's new, so this wasn't an eligible financing mechanism in the state of Utah until I think 2018, maybe late 2017. Grand County didn't join the Utah CPACE district until, was it May of this year or last year?
December.
Okay, so we started the process in May, finally had it adopted in December of last year. So it's new, but like I said, it's an effective mechanism for integrating those design elements into a project. And so we are, we've hosted a couple of information sessions in town, one with the chamber, one with a variety of folks in the development community, and I think there is a lot of opportunity to elevate its prominence by integrating it into, initial meetings with the building officials, and, in the land use and development process, certainly. And it's effective because, since it becomes a super priority lien and because it can be repaid over a long time, and it transfers with ownership, the competitive component is that, you essentially get bond rates that are close to what a municipality can achieve. So we happen to have somebody from Zions Bank Finance here, so maybe he wants to speak to that, but I don't want to put him on the spot too much. So, but that's the competitive element of it.
Yeah, out of curiosity, would you say that this individual developer is accessing that option based on resources that you were able to present at large?
I have no idea,
Okay.
but probably not.
Okay, just the reason I'm asking, I think it's a great thing, and I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that you have a plan to sort of potentially promote it if we move to approve it.
Yeah. This project certainly, I think it will generate some press, but our charge is actually to see that it gets utilized more in the future.
Great, thank you.
Did we have a motion? Mary?
I move to approve the proposed agreement with CFC Pace Titling Trust to designate,
Sorry. The lender has been updated.
Oh, it has?
So
Oh,
I
it's over
apologize. We need to insert the name that's highlighted on the written agreement for the CFC Pace.
So where do I insert that?
Instead of CFC Pace Titling, it's Utah CP 2019 LLC.
Okay. I move to approve the proposed agreement with Utah CP 2019 LLC, CPACE Titling Trust to the designate the Radcliffe Hotel CPACE assessment area, levy the CPACE assessment and assign the assessment for the Radcliffe Hotel project, and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Correction. It's not Radcliffe, it's
Radcliffe. Radcliffe, excuse me. Radcliffe.
Motion made by Mary McGann.
And just to clarify for Chris, the lender's name is Utah CP 2019 LLC. The titling piece of that should be in there.
So take the titling part out, is that what you said, or?
Yeah, she repeated part of the old name.
Yeah, so I just got Utah CP 2019 LLC.
Correct.
Second.
Seconded by Jalen Hawks. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for everyone's hard work on that. Next, this brings us to the consent agenda. Item P, ratifying the chair's signature on a letter to the Utah Division of Air Quality regarding Staker and Parson Company's Spanish Valley Aggregate and HMO project proposal. Item Q, ratifying the chair's signature on a quote from Page Freezer for social media archiving. Item R, approving a bid award for airport engineering and planning services for Canyonlands Field Airport with Armstrong Consultants through December 31st, 2024. Mary?
I move to accept the consent agenda as written and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Motion made by Mary McGann,
Second.
seconded by Greg Halliday. Discussion?
Yeah, just some questions for item R, which is the bid award for airport engineering and planning services for Canyonlands Field. So Armstrong, who the airport has worked with for some time, was the only response to the request for qualifications by the deadline of November 1st, 2019. Did anyone respond after the deadline?
No.
Okay. I guess it just seems like, oftentimes when there's not a good response, it goes back out. So I guess that's my thing, I mean, these companies, they get attached to these contracts. They've helped us out quite a bit, but I guess it's just never good when there's only one response. And I guess I find that kind of hard to, to maybe not to believe, but we see things go out with only one response. No one really sees it, and then we send it out again, and we get quite a few responses. So I guess just as a process, if we're only getting one response for instance, our engineer of record, we had just one company for so long, and then we sent it out and received multiple responses, and now we've got two on hand. I think it's a good policy to better advertise and to get more than one response before we make a decision like that. But that's a concern I have.
Yeah, I know. I made a joke that since they stole Judd, that if somebody else put in a bid, we'd have to go with them.
Would you like that something change with the consent agenda? Or is that?
Well, I'd like to hear from a member of the airport board and, Tammy maybe, and, before we do that, but I think I've made my...
Well, I know as airport liaison that these guys were the only ones that sent back in, and I know that Judd sent it out to multiple places. I can't remember all the exact places he sent it out, but he did put it out. They're the only ones that did reply back. These guys have been out at the airport for a long time. They've done a great job. They've saved us some grant writing and that kind of stuff. So
Were you guys surprised that you only got one response?
No, I wasn't.
I know for a fact that we received phone calls out at the airport regarding the RFQ. And everybody was referred to the website to receive the scope of work. So I'm not sure why there weren't more bids put out, but I know there was interest in it.
Do you know where it was advertised, Tammy?
Not off the top of my head.
The summary calls out, what item is this for? That in September 2019, a request for statement of qualifications was posted online through the government bid websites and published in the Times Independent.
Yeah, so, I guess maybe that's part of my concern is that the Times Independent isn't exactly the Deseret News or the Salt Lake Tribune, and if, kudos to the consultants that are, the engineers that are, they're working with Grand County and have been and following the paper, but it seems like, setting out a broader, net to attract some interest would make sense to me. That is our newspaper of record, but how many, aeronautical engineering firms are reading the Times Independent?
Does it qualify that he has to send it? Who did that?
And what's the typical process
Yeah.
for distributing that RFQ?
We did put it on the website, so it's global. And it is a government bid website. So that's really where the interest was probably coming from, not so much the TI. Airport board did discuss this too. Oops, I was not at that meeting, so I don't know if, Laura, you want to speak to what the airport had to say, the board had to say?
They all gave high recommendations to these guys.
Do we have a timing concern if we do put it back out?
I would say in a way, yes, because we have the taxiway ready to be constructed in just a few months. So we would lose some time. We're also trying to get an airport director in place, hopefully in December. It's not impossible. If that's what the council wants, certainly we'll do it.
It's not, is in regards to the taxiway project, regardless of who was picked during this process, Armstrong would still be the engineering and planning company over that project. So regardless of if this goes back out, that project would stay with Armstrong.
Because that's where the funding has already been.
And I could do some research. I just don't know off the top of my head everywhere that Judd had put it out. I would imagine there's some links with UAOA where some of that went out, because that's a big networking for the state of Utah and all the engineering and airports. So I could compile a list and double check of where it was advertised.
I'm not exactly sure, but I know that there's like two different parts of that this company actually does, instead of just one certain thing, that they do multiple things.
Yes. So what happened in 2018, and we were kind of on the brink of it, that's why it's different this year. In the past, it was all one planning and engineering services. The FAA split it up because most firms are either engineering or planning. Generally speaking, it's to have both is a luxury. So they split it up into two different services. So essentially, you could, in theory, have two different companies, one for your planning, your planning firm, and one your engineering firm. And that's why this year you see it as two separate. So it actually went out as two separate RFQs. And that was a federal change in the federal regulation on that.
Doug? Well, I was going to just reference the fact that Doug came to the table and whether you wanted to refer.
I'm wearing my editor's hat, not my reporting hat. Just so everybody knows, we load our legal notices on a state website. Every paper of record in Utah is on that website, and all their legal notices are on it. So it's accessible to anybody who's interested in looking at those things. They don't have to have a subscription to the paper or come to Utah and stop by the paper and get a hard copy. It's there for them. They can find it on their computer at home if they want.
So like in the audit committee, we're actually, when I mentioned the responses we're seeking for the internal audit, we're soliciting, from a list of appropriate professionals. And I think that's, you want to meet the minimum requirements, of course, but I think actually coming up with a list of, these are the other firms that are out there and do work like this. It shouldn't be hard to do a little bit of research. Actually have staff reach out to them and say, hey, would you be interested in responding to this as the way that we should go about these things? And
I believe we did do that.
So
Yeah, there's only about 3 or 4 companies that offer that service.
What I heard was you received calls. Did you place phone calls and
I
request
did not.
responses?
No, I didn't place phone calls. I don't know what the legalities of that is.
I don't know for positive, but I believe Judd would have done that. But I can't say for sure.
I think it's fine to let anybody know that you've got a bid out. It's no different than putting it in the newspaper or on a website to call and say, hey, we've got a bid if you're interested, or this is a request for qualifications. It's not a bid, but same kind of thing. And so I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's an issue with amending the term. I mean, that would be something that you could consider too.
I'm also looking at the RFP for planning services, and Judd and I had worked for months on minimum standards, and I told him, make sure it gets into the RFQ for planning, and he said, oh, that's the type of thing typically a planning and engineering firm would do for us. I've documentation that for 4 years, we haven't gotten the minimum standards done for the airport. They've never been done, and it's not here in the list of contemplated projects. So I'm frustrated by that, and I would like to see that go back out and be revised to include airport minimum standards as well.
We saw a draft of that at one point.
In the public hearing, we got
Yeah.
a bunch of public input. A lot of work's
It
been
needs,
done on it.
a lot of work's been done, and it needs a lot of work, and at this point, we don't have the capacity in the county to focus on it. I certainly can't do it. Judd didn't have the skills to do it. I just don't have the time to do it. We need a consultant to do it. Judd had said, hey, if you go out and just hire a consultant to do these minimum standards, it could be a $30,000 project. But if you wrap it in to your planning contract, It could be more like $5,000 or $10,000 with your planner that's already working on all this other stuff. So I said, great, let's make sure that gets done in our next budget and make sure it's budgeted for. I did follow up with him several times by email about it, and I never got any direct response about how he was integrating it into 2020 documents and information. I didn't clue into the RFQ prior. It was never sent to me directly, but the minimum standards aren't here. I think it's very important to get those done.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to remove item R from the consent agenda.
Motion to remove R made by Councilmember Wells. Seconded by Jalen Hawks. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 6-0 with Gabe abstaining. And that brings us back to there was a prior motion to approve item P and Q as consent agenda items. Is there any discussion around that? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. That brings us, do we need any discussion about
R, what do we decide to do?
what's happening with R?
Yeah, we gotta decide.
Well, Ms. Salone's, I understand and appreciate her concerns because the, kind of the confusion about when this document is going to resurface and when we're going to work on that has been something that, has been of concern. And so I think that definitely needs to go within the scope. And I think as a board, it would be good to review more than one response to that. And I can see some benefits of having, the planning firm or the engineer of record for the airport also as a contractor, but I think it would be better if we had some more choices.
So for today, is that just a postponement of item R until the next meeting? Is there?
If we're going to add items to the scope, it needs to go back out. So that process needs to happen again. It's not on the agenda.
Yeah, okay.
It's, well, it is kind of on the agenda, so, I think that, it would be good to make a motion to ask, Tammy maybe and Christina to revise the RFQ and then put it back out, so we can just get going on it.
Okay, so I would make a motion to have the county attorney's office and the appropriate staff revise the RFQ and send that back out for notice.
Plat.
Yes.
Motion made by Curtis Wells, seconded by Rory Pack. Oh. Gotcha. There's a motion. Okay, seconded by Jalen Hawks with so much enthusiasm. Discussion. Rory.
I just don't feel comfortable going against the board's approval, and I think they know what they're doing over there. And I mean, if you guys want to do that, that's fine, but I just don't believe in changing their votes. So,
Jalen?
Well, in light of the county attorney's request to get the minimum standards as part of the RFQ, I think it's entirely appropriate. It's something the airport board probably overlooked inadvertently, and I guess my question is, there are two parts to it. Do both parts need to go back out? Was it one RFQ?
It's two RFQs.
I'm looking at it.
Planning is the one you're referring to.
And the package shows it as two.
Yeah, well, we received, two separate, they were both separate when they came.
The RFQ for planning needs to be revised, but as to Curtis's comments, they would both need to go back out.
Okay. All right.
And is that, revising the RFQ, is that something that's within the county's capacity now? Or
Yes,
is
it will take 3 seconds if it
Okay.
just comes to me in advance.
Right. Mary?
I have a question. How much is this going to affect the project? I mean, is it going to delay
Well,
it
It
to
won't
a point?
affect the taxi project.
Armstrong has already gone to work on the taxiway project.
So this isn't,
And so I'm assuming, hopefully, that they'll stick with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
so
will not affect the project.
okay.
we don't want that to happen because they've already started it.
So like I was saying earlier, even if we had picked another firm to be our consultants, they would still be leading this project until it's completed.
And there is a sticking point, though. But I don't think hopefully it won't affect, this wouldn't affect our CIB closing, would it? Because this would be, we've already determined who was awarded the bid and all that, so we're good on that. Okay. I just want to make sure, because Alex is here and he might pipe up and say, "Oh, you can't do that." But I think we're fine on in that regard, and so.
Do we need to restate the motion? Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? In favor. Oh, in favor? All right, motion carries 5-2 with Halliday and Paxman in opposition. All right, item S, calendar items. Where's Bliney?
I don't know.
Oh, wait.
The end of November looks good.
Yeah, all these,
Did you see that?
All right. Well, all right, let's start with tomorrow. 2 o'clock is that EMS building project meeting we already talked about. And then the next day, the 21st, is the 1 o'clock administrator interviews, which is a council quorum expected. And so we will be posting an agenda and you will go into closed session.
I thought we were meeting.
Tomorrow, is there a meeting tomorrow at noon? Noon to 2?
I have no idea.
I've got it written down here that we're supposed to have another one of those
For council
hiring
administration?
meetings
Well, we
tomorrow.
didn't get it posted because we didn't know about it.
Okay, all right,
It doesn't need to be posted. It's a oh, yes, it does.
yeah.
Well, we're going to go into closed session to discuss.
You can't do
But
a
it's still
closed
needs to be
session without an
posted.
open session, and you can't do that without 24 hours' notice, so
Yeah.
we didn't get the message.
Okay,
Did Renee get
But
those set up? Did she set up the meeting?
we have on Thursday's agenda a 1 o'clock.
yeah, got that,
I don't have anything for Wednesday.
okay.
So,
Then I can make it.
so are there interviews supposedly set up for tomorrow?
I
Let me just check real quick, if you don't mind, if you'll excuse me, because
Yeah,
this is really
I had
important.
it down for tomorrow at noon.
Yeah, I thought we decided the hard thing about having Ruth in the meetings.
should we table calendar items?
Yeah, that's.
It is not on it's not on here at all. But you all can still meet, just don't have a quorum. That's the way to do it if there's, but that is, if interviews are set up.
But this is really important.
If interviews are set up, though, that's why I was thinking, go ahead and meet, but I don't know that they're set up if she didn't even book the room. I don't know.
Her
Can we get
last
her on?
email said that she had nearly all of them set up, and
For tomorrow at noon?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Well,
the last
airport
I
is
saw.
gonna be in here till noon interviewing, so this is really crazy. And then the 2 o'clock EMS building meeting. So, that's just a staff error, we'll figure it out. But either way, you're not, you cannot meet as a quorum tomorrow.
Okay.
That's the bottom line on that.
Okay.
But the interviews can still take place, just 3 of them with Renee. I'm really sorry, I don't know what happened.
I didn't participate in the
Jalen and Mary are locked in, and Greg, you're locked in.
It's on my calendar.
So, I mean, we were, for the most part, we were on the same page filtering through it, so I don't think it's a bad situation that the lack of quorum during the meeting.
And it will be taped, correct?
Closed session.
No, but it's not a meeting.
You,
If it's just the three of
you
them.
typically don't record, I mean, it's an option actually, you don't, but for the,
I was
it
just
is actually
thinking
an option. You can record character and competence, but you don't have to.
And you're giving away interview questions to
But-
other candidates. I highly
Well, I'm not
do
talking about
recommend
putting them on YouTube.
Oh.
I'm talking about making them available to Curtis and Evan and Lori and Gabe to listen to in case we're, so that they can at least hear the responses of the people. I mean, we wouldn't have to record it and put it on YouTube.
Well, I would probably classify it as protected. If you recorded it, I would classify it as protected.
So then never mind on the recording.
So, I mean, it just depends. But I think if you did it, you just have to realize that, considering the nature of the discussion, you would want it to be classified as protected.
So if we lack the quorum, we can't go into closed session, and there's concern that this needs to happen in closed session. Is that what you're saying?
No, it doesn't have. So if you can have an administrative, it's basically an administrative task. And so if you have 3 council members there, it's not a meeting. It's just an administrative interviews. And so,
Just do that.
and you can record it. But I'm just saying, if you do, make sure that everybody realizes that's not something that you want to pass around. It's got to be just for the council. And it would be classified as protected under grandma.
And you guys can even take, go ahead.
Jay, what?
I might be able to cut this conversation short, I have on my phone calendar that we're interviewing tomorrow. I also have that we're interviewing on Thursday at 1 o'clock. And in looking at Renee's email, it says she's setting up the interviews for Thursday at 1. And so she may have noticed the Thursday meeting because she sent an email to you and staff. Might not be in the right one, but it asked you to make sure. Maybe she said I have to get back to the right email, but.
Can we just call her, see?
And we can notice it technically, even if it hasn't been right now since it's on
The
Thursday.
Thursday one is noticed, isn't it?
We don't.
Do I mic this? What do I do?
No.
Just get an answer and then let us all
Hey
know.
Renee, I'm gonna put you on speakerphone. We're in the county council meeting.
Hi, Renee.
We have some questions about the administrator interviews. Are those set up for tomorrow or Thursday or both?
Thursday.
At 1 p.m.?
Okay.
Yep, starting at 1 p.m.
Okay,
And I have scheduled until 4:30.
okay. And so we
That's
need to
what I
notice that as a meeting?
Oh,
If it
yeah.
hasn't been
Oh, we're
done?
on top of that.
Okay, great.
So nothing tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, that's all. Enjoy your evening.
That makes everything a lot easier.
Woo, okay. Moving right along, calendar items. Let's jump to Thanksgiving holidays. The 28th to 29th, county buildings will be closed, offices closed. December, anybody else have anything for November?
Oh, from the back. What's going on?
So, I could have waited till the end, but these are November and potentially early December requests. So, 2 items I wanted to just get on your calendar. Tomorrow afternoon, following the Moab Area Watershed Partnership meeting, Mark Stilson, the state engineer with the Division of Water Rights, is going to be down here as the presenting in the first meeting of a 3-part meeting on groundwater monitoring and moving towards a groundwater management plan. So I think that could be a pretty important meeting for us to have representation at. You'll be there? Great.
I was worried.
That's from, the MOP meeting is from 1 to 3, and then Mark Stilson will be presenting from 3 to 5, both at the Grand Center. So I have not been attending the MOP meetings. I've been having staff attend. Mila is going to take over our liaison role with the MOP, but I'm going to attend tomorrow, given the significance of the subject matter, and stay through the end. So that's something I wanted to get on your calendar. And then secondly, I just wanted to give you some advance notice about where we are in the sort of public process for adopting new overnight accommodation standards. So working backwards from the 180-day deadline set in place by Resolution 3180, which is January 14th. The last, excuse me, the last regularly scheduled council meeting where you could vote on an ordinance is the first Tuesday in January. So working back from there, you would need to have a public hearing on December 17th, which means that the Planning Commission needs to have a public hearing before that. They do not have a regularly scheduled meeting on the fourth Tuesday of this month, so their next regular scheduled meeting is December 10th. That's a little awkward because we won't know the results of their public hearing before we would need to advertise for the council's public hearing just a week later. But given where we are in the year and in the process, in order to meet that January 14th deadline, we're going to go ahead and schedule the public hearing for the Planning Commission on December 10th and the public hearing with you all on December 17th. We are pretty much there on our table of new overnight accommodation standards, so we are writing code at this point. The one remaining question that we have not been able to develop consensus on in the Planning Commission is the matter of drawing overnight accommodations overlay eligibility districts. So if you remember what we did with the high-density housing overlay, we drew boundaries establishing these districts, which communicated to the public parcels within these boundaries are eligible to submit an application to the county requesting the overlay be applied to their parcel. If you're not in those boundaries, don't bother submitting an application because the statute says only parcels within these boundaries can be designated as high-density housing overlay parcels. We didn't do that for the overnight accommodations overlay out of the gate. So the way things currently stand is that any parcel in the county could come forward with an application asking that the overlay be applied. You know, a better planning practice is to say, these are the boundaries where we would entertain an application for an overnight accommodations development. If you're not in that boundary, you know, at this time, we're not interested. That's my recommendation. You have the choice of keeping things the way they are and allowing anybody to come forward with an application, or drawing these eligibility boundaries. So we've had some discussions with the Planning Commission about what those boundaries could look like. There's a lot of disagreement. Staff has one perspective, and the Planning Commission is kind of all over the place, but there are some, you know, strong voices on the Planning Commission pushing for one approach. So all this background and context is just to suggest that I think it could be advantageous to schedule a workshop or a discussion with you all to talk about these boundaries ahead of the Planning Commission's public hearing on December 10th. So you have a couple options. One could be a special, not special in the legal sense, workshop date, but just an unscheduled informal workshop session. That could be on December 3rd before your regular council meeting, or it could be a discussion item on the council agenda. You know, that's what we did the last time we talked about the maximum density and scale standard, and I thought it went pretty well. Even after a long meeting, you all stayed focused, and because it was a very narrow conversation in scope, it didn't actually, you know, you all did quite well at, you know, getting through the critical questions, you know, in a 15 to 30 minute period. So even if it's before, I don't think it needs to be like a 2-hour workshop.
So
I
like at
think,
3 o'clock?
3 o'clock would be fine. But I think it would be helpful for staff to bring to the planning commission on their public hearing, basically, direct and clear feedback from the council on what they expect the planning commission to, essentially approve.
Workshop or discussion item? 3 o'clock or 7 o'clock?
I don't know, I guess my first question is, and you may have answered it and I missed it, do we have to establish districts for application?
You don't have to, no.
So,
But if we make that decision now, we can tell that to the planning commission, and it's,
yeah, so that's why I would, my preference would be a discussion, because if we can establish consensus that we don't have to establish boundaries, then we don't need a workshop.
Fair enough, yeah.
Just a kind of a new technicality of some statute changes with regard to the public hearing for the 2020 budget. The law's changed now that the only thing that you're allowed to have on the agenda for your meeting is the budget public hearing. But it doesn't mean that you can't have multiple meetings in one day. But if we advertise the meeting, it has to be 6 p.m. or later for the budget hearing. And so just keep that in mind, that we'll have to have a separate meeting that gets adjourned prior to starting the budget hearing meeting, because it's requirement now that you can only have the budget or financial related items on the agenda.
is there an end start time? I mean, like
Well,
if we did an 8 o'clock meeting?
there's not, I wouldn't do that. I don't think that it's fair to have, I would say 7 p.m. at the latest to hold the public hearing. 6 might be more ideal, I don't know, or 6:30. But whatever we advertise it at, I would say that we'd want to make sure that we start the meeting at the time that we advertise. And just so you know, it's kind of a weird thing, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that y'all realize that it's going to be 2 different meetings, one for the regular business and one for the budget hearing.
And that's good to know, because our office will definitely have a public hearing item on December 3rd,
So if
that
it,
separate meetings would be needed, it sounds like.
yeah, and I think, is it the type of public hearing that has to happen after 6 p.m. also? No?
There's no contemplation of that in LUDMA.
Okay. Yeah, usually those requirements are only for public hearings that are money related. And so if you can do it prior to then, you just got to keep in mind all the technicalities of putting this type of 2 meetings together in one day.
I have 3 public hearings that night too, but then you need to be after 6.
I'll find you.
Yeah.
Hopefully we survive.
I think that Councilman Wells raises a good point. If there isn't, a strong appetite for establishing boundaries, then that's not a discussion that we really need to spend a lot of time and effort on. I think that there's a lot of value in communicating to the development community where the county is, interested, however, mild to ardent it is in that interest for where new approvals could take place. But again, it's definitely not necessary. I just think that it would be good practice to communicate.
It sounds like a rabbit hole to me, because I can understand the value in what you're saying, but based on the policy direction of the board, if we put a polygon out there and say, this is where we would entertain a lodging development, and then we practice legislative discretion and deny those developments, it's like,
Well,
it seems messy to me.
I definitely would not advocate for drawing boundaries if there is an interest in approvals. And that's something that I've communicated to the Planning Commission as well, is like, don't draw a boundary unless you are truly willing to review an application. And I'll be frank, at the staff level, I am definitely interested in reviewing applications. I fully understand the interest in, slow growth and evaluating the implications of, lodging development that's already, vested and in the pipeline but not yet approved. But the standards that have been created to date ensure that the projects that could be proposed, and I would guess that we would see very few applications just given the standards that we're proposing, but those that did get to that level, I think are going to be really spectacular, mixed use, energy efficient, and potentially really, elevating projects, to quote Councilman Clapper, projects that we'd all be excited to welcome. So from the staff perspective, I've been, actually pushing hard to establish a boundary and to communicate that the county would entertain. I think that's entertain an application, and I also think that there is benefit in doing that for the purposes of communicating to the Utah legislature that there's still a pathway, but that's my logic. So it sounds like there at least is enough to discuss, in terms of the different issues. But you all just tell me what format you'd like to have that conversation in.
I don't want to get down that rabbit hole tonight. It seems like we're getting away from calendar topics. Yeah, and so I would say that we can plan on a discussion item on.
Why don't we just put it on the agenda?
Yeah.
Rather than a workshop.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Sorry for veering there.
That's all right. So now we're in December then?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, so for Thursday, December 5th, you have Canyon Country Partnership at the Grand Center. That is the annual holiday dinner and meeting. I say dinner, it's actually lunch. So that's at 9 o'clock. And then Southeastern Utah Association of Local Governments in Price is that same morning at 10:30, it looks like. And then at 1:30 is the BLM Grand County Coordination meeting at the Moab Field Office for BLM. On Friday, December...
Sorry, have we seen an agenda for that meeting?
Which one?
BLM? The BLM.
They don't do agendas. Yeah, they don't do it. Usually what it is just coordination of which roads the BLM would like Bill Jackson to work on.
Okay, thanks for that.
Friday, December 13th and 20th are the last scheduled change in form of government meetings. I forgot to mention earlier, rather importantly, they made a change in the optional plan by motion last Friday to not have districts. So all 5 proposed seats will be at large. So you'll be reading about that in the paper anyway.
I have a
That way
question.
you heard it from me
That's
first.
a question about that. Quick question. So, I guess what I didn't understand about that is there was this big tug of war over their ability to create districts, and we need, Christina, Ms. Sloan, your reading of the statute was that the council has the authority to create districts. Why didn't they just kind of pass that off to us? Why is it
They must not like you. I'm not sure.
well, that's not
I tried.
surprising, but.
It was, and it's not just a statutory analysis, it's a Utah constitutional analysis.
But to the
that-
point where they're completely changing gears and going,
I'm surprised as well. They proposed 2 districts, and they have to be fair, and that's under U.S. constitutional law. They have to be fair and equal districts. There's only so many ways to split up Grand County into 2 districts. I don't think there's much of a concern there. You guys could have done it, or the next council could do it before the election year of 2022, when the new council will be going into effect. So I really can't explain their decision.
So I have I think, when I was at one of those meetings, I think that the issue that I heard expressed was that they wanted the voters to know what they were voting on exactly. And if the voters were voting on districts but they didn't know what the districts were, they didn't like that, they felt uncomfortable. Some of the committee members felt uncomfortable not knowing either. And so that's what I heard. I wasn't at the meeting where this happened, and so I can't relay any comments that way, but I do recall them speaking to the fact that they didn't like not knowing what the districts were and sending that to the voters and having the voters also not know.
And I was there, I can speak to it as well.
Let's not get too.
Let's not get down a rabbit hole, but it sounds like a power struggle to me, quite frankly. And I recall Ms. Sloan saying that all they would have to do was to say, hey, county council, we've spent money on this. We used a professional organization to draw the districts. It's a good plan. Would you endorse it? And then it can move forward and everybody knows where the districts are.
I thought that's what we were gonna do.
Yes, and I represented to them that you guys liked the districting plan they came up with. 100% of the comments I've heard are positive, both from the council and the community. You guys could have started the redistricting process before the election, but not finalized it until after. You could have had a joint meeting where you affirmed, and I made all those options available, and they chose not to.
So it's Evan's fault because he approves the agenda.
So one thing I need to also bring up is that even in the absence of sorry, I'm interrupting us, but even in the absence of council districts, the voting precincts are still used sometimes in caucusing for the political parties. And since our voting precincts are so out of whack with one another in terms of active voter population, I probably will end up making a recommendation to you guys to reset the voting precincts to equal out the populations in them. And we still have to do our reporting by voting precinct, even though we're all by mail. You know, like for instance, the city's election, you know, it's just one big election and everybody's running in the same areas, but we still have to record all the different precincts and make sure that everyone gets a ballot that has their specific precinct on it. And so I'm just want to let you know that I'll probably be recommending to you that we update those voting precincts.
Because our voting, so you're saying our voting precincts right now are
illegal.
They're illegal. So the voting precincts have been illegal since 1992?
No, but for a while.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even sure when they were established, because in '92 they were already there, and the council districts were created using them, and so.
As school districts?
Yeah, and the school districts, I think, use them also, and so I don't know how far back you have to go before you find out when they were originally created. Maybe they were created back when they were made, that they had equal populations or equal enough, but they certainly aren't anymore. And so it wasn't a big deal when you're running nonpartisan elections because nobody's even using them really. But if we go to partisan elections, even if there are no council districts, the political parties will probably still be using voting precincts in their caucusing. So it's something we need to clear up. I don't think it's going to be terribly difficult, but you know, I think the maximum in law is what, 1,250 active voters per precinct. So that's the only statutory limit, but there's federal guidelines, or I'm not sure where it comes from, case law maybe, about having equal proportions.
It's U.S. constitutional analysis.
All right, we're getting far away from calendar items.
All right, well, you all
Was
can,
that future consideration?
It's a future consideration, yeah.
you all can definitely watch the video because we do use YouTube stream those meetings as well. And minutes, Gavin Anderson was here and spoke very highly of their healthy debate about the subject. So, okay. Other than that, for December, I have just that the county offices will be closed for Christmas Eve Day and Christmas Day. Anything else for December, anyone? Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Not for December, but just on the December 3rd council meeting, I'm getting a little concerned that we won't be done by 7 to hold our budget hearing. So I'm just wondering if I can request of the chair to turn away most, whatever things you can put off till January, so we don't have a horribly long meeting, either that or well, a meeting that goes over into 7 o'clock, or I'm not opposed to meeting at 3 o'clock to have the discussion item on the I
Okay.
won't call it redistricting, but, you know, the places where people
Overlay.
can build, the overlay
Yeah.
So, yeah.
districts, yes.
I do think that I already advertised 6 PM.
Oh, did you?
Um,
Dang it.
And this advertising, you know, is pretty extensive. We had to get it out in the 4th week of October, and so I just kind of have to pick something and go with it. And so I think we're set on 6 on the 3rd for the budget hearing.
We'll make it work. We'll just pause or close one. We'll go into recess in whatever meeting we're in, open the hearing,
Do that.
bang out the hearing, and then come out of recess.
Could we start at 3?
I mean, can we start at 3? Are we really thinking it's gonna be that much of a crusher?
They always are.
I don't know. I mean, it kind of depends on how it goes. I mean, if we can't get 4 votes, the thing about a budget is you have to pass it. Or I guess this is not that meeting though. This is just a public hearing. So the next meeting you do have to pass it. Otherwise, the county shuts down because we're not authorized to spend money unless you pass a budget. But yeah, and so it's hard to say. You know, the last time I think we had the library's tax increase public hearing, it wasn't a lot, but this is a different scenario for sure.
I think we can pull it off at 4.
4 o'clock, recess if we need to.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving right along, employment opportunities. We are looking for a building permit / floodplain technician. That did close. We're looking for a sheriff's office corrections officer, a patrol deputy, communications and dispatch, and also that food services assistant. And of course, an airport director that we're working on. Special events, we have the December 7th Winter Sun 10K coming up. And then we have the whole list of board vacancies. We've received at least 1 application in almost every board, nothing for weed control board, nothing for mosquito abatement district. And we have 6 for the airport board with only 3 vacancies, so that one's a big hit. Most of these boards have, looks like, at least 2 vacancies. So
Are a lot of them people that their terms are just up?
that's what almost all these are. There are maybe some midterm, wherever you see 2 different years there, those are some midterm vacancies that we've been publishing and announcing for a while. The due date that we wanted to get all the applications in is December 1st, and then we will have you all making the appointments beginning in January after the interviews are held by each of these boards. So it's going to be a process, as you know, January, February. That's what I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to, I've lost my place. Item T, discussion on easement across the county-owned parcel located at the old shooting range near the Moab landfill.
Thank you, Evan.
You
I'm
bet.
Richard Cook. I'm here again. And I think you probably know that Greg and Bill and I, and Thomas, walked the site. Probably got a bit of a report from that. Whatever I can answer to from the council, I'm here to do so and see if we can get to the next phase of this assessment of whether this is of value to Grand County. The road would be a private driveway. I would request it be restricted to 1 resident, house, and it would be on Grand County property at the shooting range, approximately 1,600 feet. Would climb up the hill and access the land that Thomas and I own that's about 22 acres, and it's completely landlocked. There isn't any other potential access, so that's why proposing this to the council, and we don't know what kind of a value the council would put on the easement, but we'd certainly like to get to an assessment of that.
Has Bill Jackson seen these documents you submitted to us?
Yes, he's seen them, and he's also walked the site with Greg and Thomas and I, and I don't think structurally there were any complications from his analysis. There's some culverting that would be done, but it's very, very simple road to create.
You're proposing a 50-foot wide easement, which is much wider than you need for a private driveway. So did Bill opine on the width?
I think the 50-foot easement is designed so that when you cut and fill and such, you take from within that easement. The road would itself, Bill's recommendation was 18 feet of road width. And the 50-foot easement, in addition to allowing the construction, would include a parallel easement for utilities if they came in. And I suppose you could do an off-grid residence up there, but we'd want a utility easement as well.
And the proposed easement location doesn't quite follow, the boundaries like we had discussed previously, north and west. I assume that's, topography related in that this is the line of least resistance, or what was the discussion on trying to place it as close as possible to those north and west boundaries?
There is I suppose, a possibility of cutting into the slope gets quite steep there. I think, what was it, 10% or so, maybe 12?
Something like that. When we walked out there, that was one of the things that both me and Bill stressed is we wanted the road as close to that north fence line as possible. So we didn't end up creating an island of property that wouldn't be usable for anything.
Right.
Okay? So when you and then one of the thing that Bill wanted is that we have to maintain access to our property.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you want to put a gate across the driveway west of where it enters the county property, that should be a problem. But we want to have access to be able to get into that county property.
Would you want it to be keyed access? I mean, would that satisfy the county?
When I talked to, when I discussed this with Bill, he didn't want a gate to cut off the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think we could put a gate across the driveway that would not encumber the 40-acre piece that basically the old shooting range is on.
Yeah. Once your driveway takes a right curve.
Right.
Beyond that point.
Gate it.
Okay. But we definitely want you to stay as close to that fence line, that north fence line with
That's right.
Shoulders property, as close to that as you can.
That's right. And some of our documents may not reflect the kind of thinking. We haven't redrawn the documents, but we have an understanding with Greg and Bill of how that would adhere basically within, I think, probably 10 feet of the Shoulders boundary.
Right.
Is about what we figured it would start there, and that the easement would be away. And it would go up until the point of the steepness of the slope would prevent it going any farther. And I suppose if the council wanted to specify that it had to go up all the way along the county boundary, that would be possible to get to the top. It would be a more involved construction project, and would involve modifying the land more than might be desirable for the council. But the county land goes down quite a bit on the other side of the top. So However it winds up working, I suppose the driveway could also be of use to the county in accessing the level land that they have on top. But-
Perhaps.
So is there a hill, Greg, in that northwest corner?
Yeah, are you looking at the map?
Does
Okay.
anybody want me to
You
put
see
this up
the,
on the screen?
you see the,
Yes, that would be great.
One of these highlighted ones has some topo lines.
Yeah, it does, but it's hard to.
Not looking at those, I'm looking at the aerials.
And,
Do
you
you
know,
have any sort of plan that shows what we want to do with this property? Is there anything like that? Any planning that's been done at all?
no, we looked at that site a few years ago when Sandflats needed to relocate to see if that was a possibility. We've looked at, I think that there was an assessment or an estimate provided to the county a number of years ago on reclamation of the shooting range area to, you know, I haven't actually seen what the estimate, but I've just heard reference to it. You know, obviously that site is in a, you know, potentially, you know, great development area for a number of uses. So, you know, I think that the county does definitely have a future development interest in that property. And, you know, my name isn't on the agenda, but I did meet with Richard and his partner, you know, when they first started exploring this possibility. It sounds like you actually addressed the council in a prior meeting. I wasn't aware of that. But, you know, my advice to the county would just to explore that development potential on the site and to at least, you know, maintain the ability to relocate that easement should it interfere with the county's development interests down the road, you know, potentially at the developer's cost. I think that's a point of negotiation. But, you know, I certainly wouldn't want to see the county, you know, encumber its future development potential on that property.
Yeah, the concern that I have is just that the landfill's got a maximum of 10 years left, I want to say, and you know, remediation for that old shooting range, you know, whatever the price tag, that would have to be done before development. But there's been a lot of discussion in the community about future public use for that site, specifically because of the quality of the views. There's been community discussion about a future amphitheater up there and like things of that nature that's way out ahead of us. But I think we need like a site futures committee similar to what they're doing with the tailings pile for the landfill, and get some people together to kind of brainstorm, you know, what kind of public utility could be created there before we do anything permanently that would harm any, you know, any future use of that. So if we have the ability to grant an easement, but then the legal capability to move that easement or whatever, I would like to see us go down that road. There's a lot of planning that needs to happen there.
that's why I thought, you know, we keep that easement road as close to that north fence as possible, so it doesn't end up making any areas of large land that's isolated.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that is a very, very nice piece of property. And short of that berm that they were shooting into, it looks like the only contaminated area on that whole 40 acres, so.
Which is southeast, right? Parcel?
Where was?
No, it's
Like north.
It's kind of northeast. Northeast.
The berm.
Yeah, the berm.
Yeah, it's like right
Yeah.
there.
No, down. Let's see.
My concern too is the area with the red lines that sounds like it hasn't been updated. It goes right through.
That
where
berm
the
is
city
about right in here.
We certainly
About
want,
right there.
want the county of our ability to relocate.
The berm that they were shooting into? I thought it was this.
How would we do that? Just grant easement that we have the ability to revoke? Or what's the legal easement?
I mean, we could plan for it in the document. I think the tricky part is how the compensation would work. I mean, typically, we would take compensation that would be substantial. It should be based on,
Yeah, exactly.
a license appraisal of the property times a factor. UDOT uses 50%, for example, of fee simple. I think that's low personally, but, it's some factor based on fee simple appraised value. But then if we're also reserving this right to relocate it at developer's cost, what does that look like for compensation? So I think that might be the tricky part, not so much the legalese of when and how the trigger for relocation happens.
Well, the total, if it was a 50-foot easement of 1,600 feet in length, it's about an acre, .8, not quite 2 acres of land that the easement would be upon.
Yes, that's a lot.
It's a substantial access line.
Yeah, when we were talking about it there, you guys were talking about 38 feet.
And it could be, the 38 feet, yes, is
Because Bill mentioned 50 feet.
yeah, we would be happy with 38 feet. It's just that 50 feet would allow more of a simplicity of construction. I think that's what Bill and Thomas, I'm not a road engineer by any means, but Thomas and Bill have experience in building roads, and they were carrying on most of the discussion.
Yeah, because if all you're putting in there is a driveway.
Right.
12 feet's enough. 12 feet of actual drive surface, because you're not gonna get two vehicles passing each other, either coming in or coming out.
Well, we would be happy with whatever the restrictions and that the council chose to place upon this easement.
Okay.
So it looks like it's.
Oh, can you pull up the aerial that you provided us with the red line? Because it sounds like that hasn't been updated.
Yes.
No.
And I have concerns with where that shows the location is, but if they're gonna try to track the boundaries more and that's feasible.
Yes, we have only just on the ground, and in calculating the slope, we've extended that line, that red line, much closer and farther to that boundary with Kathy Shoulder's property, up to a point where I think the hill that is climbing is about 8%, 7 or 8%. And at that point, it more or less follows the same curve that's on the original. It just cuts out the movement away from that north boundary to the point where it's much further up the hill. But I don't know if Zachariah has that on his computer.
I don't have it on my computer. I can pull it in quickly if the council wants to see that.
One of the things that we need to have done is an actual survey done.
We need a survey and an appraisal, and that would be your responsibility. And I don't see us moving too far ahead with council nods until we get that, and we really see the location and what's involved, and a compensation offer.
Would we make an appraisal with a county approved? I mean, would this be something Valley Smiles could do?
A licensed appraiser. We don't have commercial appraisers here, and I think you're gonna need one, but Valerie can counsel you on that, so if she feels competent, I assume I'd feel comfortable with that, but I think you would need a commercial appraiser.
I would, now the survey, would that be a survey of the easement or a survey of the property lines?
Yeah, we need a survey of the property lines, because evidently that west fence may not be the property line.
Oh, now that west fence, yes, is certainly not the property line.
Because according to your aerials here, the actual west property line goes substantially beyond where that fence is.
That's correct. It goes actually all the way down the hill.
Yeah, because the existing fence there runs along the crest of that ridge.
That's correct. It's a cattle containment fence, but it
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
have
an
a
old-
property.
Yeah, it's an old fence, so we would need a survey, and then also, where you plan to actually put your driveway. I would
Could, if the council could provide us some sort of written or stated guidelines of exactly what they want, then we could
Okay,
supply that.
Yeah, I can get with Bill Jackson and have him write up a thing that he would like to have.
Well, that would be fine with us. We
haven't
could,
talked to Bill about it.
oh, sure. I mean, you would be in the loop.
Sure, yeah. And I would advise too, Greg, that the width be the minimum width that Bill is
Yeah.
comfortable with.
Is this the red line you're looking for?
It's an aerial, I think it's,
Is it in this?
Yeah, it's a little above, keep
keep
going.
going, I think.
Oh, yeah, I think that might be in the
I know,
opposite
go
direction,
down.
actually.
What is the red line?
Of the proposed location, and it's quite far into the property, so it's not affecting the boundary lines.
Yeah.
And it sounds like that hasn't been revised, but I'd like to confirm, so council has a.
Here, now this one might be useful. So this is a 38-foot dedicated public access easement to Grand County. And what we came across with Bill and Greg was actually paralleling this boundary up to about right here, where the land does get significantly steeper. And then coming along here, there's actually an old vestigial road right through here.
It's an old Jeep road.
Old Jeep road. And it probably went over all the way to Sand Flats at one point. You can sort of see it. And that's what we would draw the easement along. It's basically up to here and then over through that little gap.
And is there a reason why it can't be the,
There's a-
30 most northern feet of that line, or whatever the width is?
There's a ridge
Okay.
right.
There's a ridge
right
of
in
rock
the
right
area.
there. It might not be advantageous to run the road that way from the county's standpoint. I mean, that's really, I would suppose, up to the council and Bill. If it's possible to route the road that way, then we wouldn't have any objections to it, I don't think. It simply gets steep, and you want it to be a safe road.
For sure. I think we're at the point that, yeah, we would need some more input and counsel from our county attorney and road department. And sounds like there's the ability to kind of draft an outline or bullet points of what we're looking for.
I think that would be helpful, and then we could, in the, maybe March, we could come back to the council.
We'll be here.
Yeah. So will we.
Some of us. Yeah, that's I can't speak to a timeline right now, but I think that it sounds like there's some ability to at least keep the ball rolling.
We just need to know where the actual property boundaries are.
Yeah.
Because there's an old fence up there that doesn't match those yellow lines.
So survey and assessment.
Okay?
Sounds great.
Would you then, and Bill, just shoot us something? Right. All right, thanks. We'll follow up. Thanks very much for continuing the discussion.
You betcha. Next up is item U, discussion of potential scenarios and impacts on balancing 2020. Did you have more? Sorry. Before
No,
okay.
sorry, I was just.
On the 2020 Grand County budget without utilizing the proposed tax increase. Councilmember Hawks.
Okay, it's probably everybody's least favorite topic, but I think it's an important discussion. And I I realize that I sent council some documents pretty late today, so I don't know if you've all had a chance to read them. If it's okay with Mr. Baird, I would like him just to begin the discussion by just a brief overall, here's where the county budgeting process is, here's how we arrived, and then we'll talk about the responses from department heads.
Sure, yeah, so at the point in time that I came up with this, the tax increase that would be necessary to balance the general fund's budget was $1,838,000 approximately, and it seemed to me like probably the simplest thing to do would be to figure out what percentage of the total general fund budget each department represents, and then multiply that percentage by the total budget deficit to come up with, each department's proportional share of that deficit that would need to be cut. I think in reality we'd probably do things differently if we really ended up doing this, but I think it's a useful exercise in terms of trying to figure out what would happen without a tax increase or a draw from the general fund. At these kind of figures, we would probably only be able to draw off the general fund for 1 or 2 more years. So I don't really think that drawing off the general fund is an option, a realistic option anyway. And so there are several narratives that came back, and I think most of them are on the dais here. I don't know if everybody had a chance to read them. This is several of them just came in today, and department heads didn't get a lot of advance notice either. And so I think that a lot of the responses, to summarize, and I don't know how much detail you want to go in, but a lot of the responses indicated that they wouldn't be able to make those cuts without either eliminating positions or reducing salaries, which does make some sense because a lot of the reason why we're running the deficit we have in this year, 2019, is due to the salary adjustment, countywide salary adjustment that went into effect this year. However, there are other aspects that go beyond that are currently contained in the budget. Right now, there's a 1.7% cost of living adjustment countywide, which would approximately be $152,000 combined between the library and the general fund. The sheriff's budget is at this point proposed to be $730,000 more in 2020 than it is in 2019. The jail's budget, $377,000 more in 2020 than 2019. OSTA's is $141,000 more. The council admin is $74,000 more, partly due to the training overlap and a reclassified position. $58,000 more for the HR department, which is mostly in an assistant position. The justice courts is $46,000 more, which is predominantly in budgeting for benefits for a justice court judge. Our current justice court judge does not draw benefits. 30,000 increase to airport operations, and I would say that probably a good chunk of that is also associated with the salary adjustment, going from a grade 15 to a 21 for the director. And 28,000 increase in elections over this year. This year we had a municipal election. Next year we're going to have our presidential election, which unfortunately includes an extra primary, a presidential preference, and so we'll have 2 primaries plus the general election in November. There's a variety of other smaller increases. There's a chart that I provided that shows kind of a graphic of all the different increases plus the dollar figures that go with them. It looks like the sheriffs kind of fell off the backside there, at least the number did. But you can see, you know, that the building inspector actually went down 111,000, almost 112,000, mostly probably because of the elimination of one building inspector position. And there's a couple of things that we did that make things look a little askew. County maintenance appears to go down, but what we did instead is combine county maintenance and courthouse maintenance all into one department, because it was just pointless really to have two separate departments. So we really just moved one to the other. So that's not a real decrease. It's actually a slight net increase. Recorder's budget went down. This shows that the clerk auditor's budget went down, but it didn't really. I just moved the courthouse, or not the courthouse, but the centrally assessed litigation budget over to non-department. And then several that don't really have much of a change, and then we start moving into the increases across. So at the top is the Sheriff's Department, jail, contributions to other agencies. That one's a little bit inflated also because historically we haven't been budgeting for the pass-through state PILT money, and I'm not exactly sure how Diane has accounted for it because we have to reconcile it. It comes into our bank account, goes out of our bank account. So I put that's about $300,000 in expense, but it's also $300,000 in revenue. It's just pass through. So that one is actually $300,000 less than what's showing here. And so I probably should have just canceled that out so it didn't show up on the graph. Transfers and other uses are up, Spanish Trail Arena, etc. Planning and zoning is mostly up because of the $150,000 that's budgeted for a general plan update. If you were to take that out, then I think planning and zoning would actually be lower than this year. And so that kind of gives an overview of where we're at. Like I said, I've actually probably pulled another 100,000 out of contingency, just going through, as like I say, as I get closer to the end of 2019, I get better and better estimates, and so I keep refining my projections for revenue expense to get closer and closer as we go through. So I think we're right now at 1,721,000 as opposed to this 1,838,000. So it's not, you know, it's gotten, the required cuts would be less than this, but I still think that.
How do we?
Go ahead.
Well, the reason we did this exercise was partly for us to know, but it was, excuse me, I wasn't in the light, but also partly to educate the public of what it would look like if we didn't do a tax increase. How, you know, what would it look like for each of the departments? So now we have all this information. How can we take this and put it in a format to help the public understand the need for?
Yeah. Jalen actually started to prepare, I think, a summary, or you
Did
did.
you? I did prepare
I didn't
a
actually
summary.
have time to read the whole thing through.
Probably
but
got there at 10 to 4. Yeah, I did a summary. I tried, it was a very rough draft summary. I think it's in here. It is, because Tara, yeah, it's the last 2 pages of your packet for this item. Tara said she'd have it on the dais, and she does. And so, yeah, before I go into that, I just want to say I really appreciated the department heads responding on such short notice, and I appreciated the rational, calm, and unemotional responses that I did get. That's exactly what I was hoping for. There were a few that seemed quite distraught, understandably so, because I believe they read this as a mandate to cut their budgets, and it's really an exercise in helping the county understand what it would look like. And so There's still moving parts, like Chris has indicated, the main ones being TRT reform, and we won't know anything about that until the legislature is in session and probably out of session. And also the closing out of the current year as time goes on, like Chris mentioned. We will hopefully be able to close out with a little bit more money and not have to use more money to balance this year's budget. Does that make sense? Anyway, let's move on. So, when I read through the comments, the narratives, it quickly became apparent that in most cases the only way for departments to make the requested adjustments was to cut staff or forego badly needed new staff requests. That's mostly because a lot of their department operational budgets were less than the cut that was being asked of their individual department. So, in general, the obvious way to reduce a deficit is to cut positions or reduce salaries. And if that were to be the case, there'd be an overall decrease in county services. The county would have greater liability for failing to meet safety and statutory requirements, and some contract requirements in the case of the sheriff's office. We'd have dissatisfied staff who have taken pay cuts or are compensating for a reduction in force, which also leads to staff burnout. As in the past, we have had an era when a fair number of positions would go unfilled because our wages weren't competitive with the market, and so, yeah, a big part of this deficit is the market salary survey that was instituted this year. I don't know the specific departments. It was just a very sketchy, brief overview. Could look at some notables in the IT department. So if he were to try to meet those cuts, he pointed out he has already saved a lot of money by doing different things, new and different things. And if he were to go without the position that has been approved for him, and gets a part-time position, it would severely curtail his ability to keep up on updating old hardware, and he wouldn't have a backup. We'd have, when he's on vacation or has emergencies, we'd risk countywide shutdowns, and breaches of county information and security might be compromised because he's suddenly running his department on outdated equipment, well, the whole county on outdated equipment. He's done a very good job of keeping up on the inventory end of things. The treasurer's office, they're very bare bones as well. Taking a position away from them or decreasing it to part-time would mean that they could no longer collaborate with other departments and take on some of those responsibilities. Specifically mentioned was processing applications for tax relief, which they've apparently taken over from the clerk auditor's office, and they wouldn't be able to continue to pursue the billing and collecting of property taxes from the assessor's office, which was a suggestion in the needs assessment to alleviate the burden in the assessor's office. Human resources, that person has been running the county for years, over 200 employees as a single position, and it's left no time for visioning and the overall thinking that needs to be done to keep the county up to date in HR practices, including looking at the pay for performance and seeing if there's a better way to do it. So, let's see. I mean, there's more of that in every department that answered. In the county council budget, I will just read that because it is they are things that I'm willing to do. I can't speak for the entire council, so we would have to vet that, but The County Council 2020 budget, before any proposed or theoretical cuts, is $317,709. Of that amount, we would need to cut $36,314. Salaries and benefits for council total to $247,107, and this may not be right, Chris, but I took that number, multiplied it by .017, which was the cost of living adjustment. Might not be quite accurate, but it's close, and that would save $4,200. Current travel costs are budgeted at $10,400 for all council members combined. By allocating only $700 for each council member, which would be a total of $4,900, we save $5,500. Eliminating half of the discretionary line while leaving in the $500 allocated for the form of government study committee would save $10,000. That line item is normally used for projects that come up during the year that no one department has budgeted for, but they're important, and so it generally gets spent. But it would somewhat limit our flexibility to respond to those unplanned expenses, but we would still preserve a bit of our ability to respond on a limited basis. And then by limiting each council member's cell phone allowance to $30 per month, which I think is entirely reasonable, that would total to $2,520. Current rate is $7,650. So we save $5,130. I know these are a lot of numbers. Thank you for bearing with me. Special department supplies, it doesn't look like we've used much of that in the last couple of years. Cut that from $1,200 to $700, save $500. The inventory line's budgeted at $1,000. I propose dropping that to $600. I think we only need one iPad for one new council member, so we save $400. Drop office supplies and expenses, which we've used very little of again over the last couple of years. Cut that in half, save $100. We budgeted $300 in equipment maintenance and have used none of that in the last 2 years, so I propose dropping that to $100 just in case something happens. And then if we drop the subscription line to $0, we save $1,022. I don't even know what that subscription is for. Finally, the professional services line is budgeted at $30,000. $10,000 of that is for an internal auditor to do work with the county to lower the risk of fraud, and $20,000 is budgeted for a collaborative effort with the City of Moab and Grand County to facilitate an ARCHES planning process, and Councilmember Wells could tell us more about that. Removing $10,000 would put removing the $10,000 audit portion would put the county in a vulnerable position with the state auditor. The $20,000 commitment for ARCHES planning needs to be honored. Moab City is paying for half. However, it seems that this would fit nicely into promotional TRT in my mind, since it would be an effort to enhance and promote a better experience for the park visitor. Alternatively, it might fit within community and economic development department budget, possibly get a grant to cover a portion. So my proposal would be therefore to drop the council contribution from $20,000 to $10,000, so savings of $10,000. If you add up all the bold numbers, they're bolded in the document, it comes to a total of $36,030, which is within $300 of the council's prorated portion of the deficit.
Actually, it's better than that,
Question, yeah.
because I don't have a cell phone.
Yeah, so we can take his out altogether. For simplicity's sake, I just budgeted for the whole council, and again, I took that on myself because I'm the one that came up with the brilliant idea, and I would love input.
Well, I mainly, I think all of us, because we've been so involved in the budget, recognize that we have cut the budget in many ways, to the bones. The only thing to do now would be to cut people. We have to do a reduction in force. But I don't know, how can we take this information and educate the public so that they understand the tight position we're in?
Yeah,
'Cause I mean, they're not gonna read this.
and I think, I definitely appreciate the exercise of trying to communicate to citizens what it would look like if the budget remained the same. And I think that the sort of services we provide are hard to tally in that sort of manner. It's hard to sit down and say, oh, well, a building permit will go from 2 months to 6 months. And, it's not like it's just a solid waste where it's like, oh, well, we're going to pick up trash once a month instead of once a week. It's kind of hard to tally the pressures that employees are feeling and how that kind of translates out to citizens' experience from the government. In our last budget advisory meeting, we looked at, we eliminated another truck out of the budget. We took another thing out of that, and we cut, tens of thousands of dollars, if not $100,000, and spread, and then, plugged it all in to look at the average impact to a house, and it was less than $1 or something, and so then you start to say, I mean, $1 is $1, but if you're talking about, the difference between increasing $100 to 120, I think that there's a lot that could be accomplished where we're not in such a bare bones sort of thing, where if we have a high water year and there's a ton of mosquitoes, that we're able to react to that in a way that's not as crushing either. So I think it's great. I really appreciate outlining what you've done. I think cutting another $30,000 out of the budget, isn't necessarily going to make or break the need for a tax increase at this point, because it has been so long since we've kind of corrected and we've lost pace with even just inflation, really, not to mention growth. And I don't know the best way to kind of synthesize this in a way to share it publicly. One of the things that I was thinking about as I was reading through all this was even just creating a pie chart that showed these percentages of the budget and where they're being spent throughout the county. If we saw the slice of the pie that was the sheriff's office, and the slice of the pie that's the weed department, and the slice of the pie, that might be something that citizens might be interested in. But those are just the thoughts off the top of my head. Curtis?
So, Jalen, thanks for taking the time to put that narrative together for the council. As far as the arches thing, just in a general budgeting sense, my first preference was for that to carry over from the amount that we budgeted for junk cleanup in the community and economic development budget. But there's also been discussion of, what you recommended of having the TRT promotional monies pay for that, which is equally as fine. And I mean, Chris, I'm sure you have an opinion on that as far as the viability, and maybe Christina too. But
Christina can give the opinion.
Yeah, that would be, I guess, because that's a budgeting item that I've carried. That would be my preference, would be to pay for that with promotional money from TRT. Have that be a travel council expense.
The junk cleanup?
No, the arches,
The arches.
which is a
Absolutely.
50% match with the city of Moab. They're kicking in an equal amount that we are.
Yes, absolutely, and it's pretty common actually to use that money on data and studies, which we haven't been using it that way. It's a great way to use the money.
So, okay.
So, yeah, I mean, we can, anything I think that
Let's do
Christina feels comfortable defending. And I don't know, I mean, if that's the case, maybe we should look at other things too. But
Yeah.
Like, some
Anyways,
of the.
that's a very minute point of a larger commentary that I was planning to provide. So, going through this process, in the past couple of years, we as a council felt like we didn't have a budgeting process to appropriately understand and implement the results of the salary survey into our payroll. We asked for the time to sort out the budgeting process to do that respectfully, and we gave ourselves the time to do that. We overhauled the budgeting process. Most department heads through that process, to me, friend or foe, questioned that process. The Budget Advisory Board, most of those department heads since have said, no, it turns out it works pretty good. So I think that's been really healthy. After we accomplished that, Chris, working as our budget officer, acknowledged on the record multiple times that had we implemented the salary survey as first presented, it would have created a lot of problems. Chris put a lot of time and effort into cleaning up the recommendations to bring our payroll up to market rate. The decision last year to increase our payroll by implementing salary increases was done so knowing that it was a one-way street, that we were budgeting for a deficit to do that. There was never really there was never consensus or acknowledgement on how we were going to pay for that. Anybody please correct me if I'm wrong.
I thought we were agreed to pay for it out of savings.
For this year.
For 1 year, but that's not sustainable after.
Right.
So point being is that the council acknowledged that undercompensation of county employees was not sustainable, was creating a lot of expense and and turnover. And so, this year is at a point where we figure out how we pay for that. One of the really common misconceptions in the public, I find with most people, is there's assumption that we've been able to collect all this growth in tax revenue, that we have, a flat tax, and we know that that's not the case, and so we've been basically we've been able to keep the property tax amount, the budget for our general fund has been subsidized with transient room tax to the point where we can no longer effectively do that. And so here we are, and I don't disagree with any of the statistics or anything on here. The sheriff's office accounts for well over 50% of the proposed tax increase. The sheriff's department will tell you they're working 24/7. It's absolutely a health, safety, and welfare issue for the public. It's been discussed and acknowledged over and over and over that we're a fifth-class county with a budget that's set for a fifth-class county servicing millions of tourists. And so those challenges are there. Where I disagree with this, I don't have all the answers, nobody really does, and they're not easy, is that never in my mind was it a matter of going back to the departments and saying, what haircut are you going to take now to balance the budget? Why would we increase, compensation and then go back and tell them to take another pay cut? That never made sense. If you were going to do this from a corporate standpoint, you would then decide which services you were going to provide, which services you were not going to provide. If you're going to have a level of service conversation, it's certainly not going to be in regards to the compensation to all the employees in the department. It's going to be how many employees are we going to have in that department, and are we going to be cutting any departments? And so that's you know, as you've mentioned, Chris, that's a difficult conversation to have. And so I think that this is, I guess, these narratives are fine. It's done from a, you know, a very general sense of this is the hit to every department. And I can understand that, but I guess in my mind, council, that's that if it were up to me, that would not be the process that you would go through to balance the budget. And, you know, the council has voted favorably to notice a tax increase. The council has voted favorably to adopt a tentative budget that reflects a tax increase. And so then this is just an exercise for the sake of having an exercise.
And, go ahead, Chris.
So, there's some, you know, there is some middle ground, and I think that if you want to consider cutting it further, you know, it's not a black or white thing. And so, there's aspects that we've placed in the budget for, you know, new positions, COLA, things that are not a part of the status quo right now that are affecting the budget. And so, you know, they are all a component of a study, you know, that we got, and oftentimes some of them are already compromises on that study. I mean, I have to say, when I saw the needs analysis, I instantly knew that we would have to compromise on that study, because it's not something that I don't think that we'd be able to afford. But I will say, you know, that this kind of growth in expenses is not sustainable either. I don't think that we can't add $730,000 to the sheriff's department every single year, and you add that in with the jail. And so, at some point, you know, we do have to take stock of just how much we can grow and at what pace we can afford to grow. The community is still growing, and so I think it makes sense for us to try to keep up with that. And unfortunately, you know, providing the same level of service when you get busier gets more expensive, just to keep the level of service where it's always been. There could be compromises that you still may want to make, and if that's the case, then, you know, I think that there's like I said, there would be a different approach that I would take than just going through the narratives and start ticking some of those things off. I would probably do it in a different way, a prioritized way, and start, you know, first with the things that are not a part of the status quo, cutting those. And I think that probably, if that's where we wanted to go, we could probably eliminate some of that stuff and get to a point where we have at least 4 votes on the council to move forward, if that's where we were at. But yeah, I think we just have to consider this kind of growth in the long run too. And I don't know that we've really taken stock of the full financial implications of some of the projects that have happened. A lot of this stuff with the airport, for instance, has really dramatically increased the cost to law enforcement. You don't see that reflected in the airport's budget. It's in the law enforcement budget, and it's going to go up quite a bit next year, and that's part of the reason for the 2 new patrol deputies, because of the response time having to be 5 minutes instead of 15 means you really kind of have to be out there. And if we grow another to the next step, then you have to have, you know, probably 3 law enforcement people dedicated to the airport. In the past, you know, when we gave the head nod to the ball fields at Old Spanish Trail Arena, it seemed like, you know, that the idea was that we already had enough staff to take care of all that. Well, it turns out we didn't, and we needed quite a few more staff. And so I'm just saying that moving into the future, when we take on these new big projects, we really need to get a comprehensive financial understanding of the total impact of them moving forward, and kind of meter ourselves in growth according to what we can afford and what we can sustain over the long haul.
So this sounds like another budget meeting.
Well, it depends on where, you know, I guess you could straw poll again, you know, where you're at this point. The way that the budget is drafted, it's passed, you know, 2 straw polls to get to this point. And so it really depends on whether or not, I mean, if we get to the point where there's not enough votes to pass this budget, then we've got to figure something out, because you can't just not pass a budget. If we get to December 17th and we can't agree on this budget, we're going to have to do something, and we're going to have to stay there until we figure out what we're going to do and get 4 votes and pass the budget, because you know, the accounting will shut down. We can't legally write checks or pay anybody, or you know, if we don't have a budget, because the budget provides us with the legal authorization to spend money.
Well, our last budget meeting, we did cut a lot out. I mean, do you think having another one and looking once again at means of trimming the budget? I mean, can we,
Well, yeah, again, it depends on how you feel with regard to the way the budget's established right now. Yeah, and I think that I'll help you do whatever you want to do. But once the tentative budget's adopted by the legislative body, it's now switched over from the executive side, which was my job, to the legislative side, which is now your job. And, now I'm just here to help you with whatever you want to do or whatever direction you want to go. And the Budget Advisory Board, I think, did a pretty good job, really, in cutting a lot of these budgets. Yeah, I mean, if you look at, for instance, the IT budget, I think it only went up by maybe 18,000, and that's including a whole new position. And the reason it only went up that much is because we cut so much out. And you'll see that there's several other budgets in here that are less, that have been cut by fairly significant amounts. And so, we did make a lot of cuts through the process.
So this has gone through the Budget Advisory Committee. We've had 2 workshops where we have looked at ways to cut and change. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess.
It's really some of these bigger ticket issues, COLA, capital projects, the $150,000 general plan update, the $160,000 that we set aside for establishing new office space, and the cost associated with that, plus potential debt. All these different things, it depends on how important you think these things are to progress forward. And, in a lot of cases, there's good arguments to be made why these things exist in the budget. But if you feel like making compromises, then those would be the places that you would probably start looking at first, is those areas where...
I'd like to speak to that, if I may, just quickly. Government is crisis-driven. It's just seems to be inherent in the nature of the beast, and Grand County's no different. And I feel like part of why we're in the situation we are is because the council hasn't made hard decisions on taxes for 12 years, and the council hasn't made hard decisions on salaries and keeping up to be competitive. So, my 2 cents is we've got to start doing this in a more regular pattern. It's very normal that counties are increasing taxes every few years at much smaller amounts, so it's less painful, and the same thing with salaries. So I really hate to see a COLA cut for anyone, and that's the kind of stuff we just need to stay on top of year by year, little by little, instead of getting to a crisis every decade. Okay.
I have a question. Maybe you can answer, Chris. So the sheriff's budget increased by 700-something thousand. We only approved 2 new positions, right? Is that all in new positions?
No, it's not. And so, I mean, that's something that I think, would be good to look at. But one of the issues with both the sheriff and the jail is we've always budgeted an amount for overtime that's way less than it ever ends up being, and we always have to amend the budget at the end of the year to add almost like double what we budgeted into overtime. And so I said, we're just going to budget something that's, I guess, realistic, and that was a big part of it. We budgeted for the radio lease, which is very expensive, like $90,000 a year. You know, I can run an analysis on anybody's budget to show exactly where the increases are. And so it's, the other thing is there's many, many employees in the sheriff's budget. And when you have a COLA and you have benefits increase costs, the more employees you have, the more that your budget's going to be affected by increased costs of benefits and a COLA. And the sheriff has a lot of employees, jail has a lot of employees, and so I think a lot of it is just that those increased costs. But I can run anything that you want, any budget you want, I can run an analysis on where the main changes are. And we already have analysis on trends, those kinds of things. I think also, we have to realize that the sheriff's department is probably more heavily and directly impacted by increases in visitation than any other department in Grand County. And so the busier that we get with tourists, they're going to see their department get busier, more proportionally than probably any other department. And so, but at the same time, there's got to be some common sense associated with it, because if it keeps on going up the way it is, I just don't think it's sustainable to see these kinds of increases if it's going to continue on. They're very substantial increases. And, they may be justifiable, but I'm just saying, trying to keep up with adding $1 million to law enforcement every single year, that's going to be very difficult to keep up with.
Not exaggerated, but partly due to the fact that it's been so long since maybe we've been able to fill all their positions.
They're doing considerably better now, but they still, retention and recruitment's better. It's not completely solved, and from my perspective, I feel like salaries are just barely competitive right now. I mean, they're almost borderline in some cases, not competitive. And I feel like we're lucky actually to have some of the employees that we have, because they've been offered higher paying jobs elsewhere, but they've decided to stick with the county.
I was just going to say, to Curtis's point, we have already adopted a tentative budget. It's scheduled for a public hearing. I think before, I can appreciate this as an exercise to have more of a narrative or more of an understanding for citizens who are going to have questions. How to get that distributed the best way, I'm not really certain of. But I would say before we do any other budget tweaking exercises, that we should have the public hearing. We should hear input from the citizens, and then we can see where we're at from there. So, any other thoughts on this agenda item?
This is just a housekeeping matter, but this just occurred to me. By resolution, we took the budget officer responsibility away from the previous clerk auditor, and we assigned that to, I think, either the chair of the budget advisory board or the budget officer. Now, the person that would have received that responsibility, delegation from the council, is now the new clerk auditor. Do we need to pass another resolution? Because
I can't remember, did you specify me by name? I think you might have passed resolution that specified me. I guess that's how I've been operating, and I don't know, I haven't checked.
Yeah, it's just a catch.
Yeah, and if it's somebody else, then boy, I did a lot of work for somebody else.
Thanks. Anything else on item U? Jalen?
Yeah, I'll just quickly say that it wasn't an exercise just to have an exercise. I intended, of course, for the council members who hadn't been, part of the budget advisory board meetings to have a better understanding of things. Of course, the public, probably not a lot of them will read anything that has to do with this, and it's a hard thing to understand. The budget's very complex. But also for the department heads. I firmly believe that if there's a budget deficit, businesses, nonprofits, and I view the county as sort of a hybrid of the two, they need to make cuts, and if they can't make cuts, then they should have a plan of how to move forward. And I also believe that department heads should be a part of the conversation. And so while our department heads are wonderful in that they are very amenable to having their budget slashed during our budget advisory board sessions, and they are very conscious for the most part of, inflating their budgets, I do believe it was a good exercise for the department heads to feel a little bit of the pain that the county council feels.
So in regards to feeling the pain, a couple suggestions I would have is, so the narrative for our budget, I would be fine if we zeroed out our travel budgets, zeroed out like the cell phone expense. And I would be fine if we did anything from decreased council compensation, at any point to entirely, for the remaining tenure that we have in this form of government, to offset, whatever increase this would be. The Citizen Study Committee, I think their recommendation for what a 5-member council form of government is in terms of compensation is less than what we're at now, correct?
Yes, and actually they dropped it week before last even further.
So, speaking for myself, I would be happy if we reduced it, to at least match that, and did everything we could within our department to absorb some of the pain. I don't think anybody up here is going to go away or work less harder based off their compensation. And so there's a thought there. I wouldn't want to see resources or compensation affected for our staff in Ruth's office. But as far as the council, I traveled a lot my first 2 years, and my travel budget went up. I haven't traveled really at all for, in terms of like official county business this year. And so I wouldn't feel that at all. If I decide to travel, I'm fine with covering that. And so I think total, the county council in salary, we don't have benefits. How much is that annually?
Computer's thinking about it here. Well, I'm in there. I might as well cancel out your salary, Chris.
What's that?
It's the total salary is $226,000.
And so that's pretty significant. So before we went in, my point is before we went in and started squeezing the sheriff and OSTA and HR and all of these services, I would encourage the council to go that direction.
And I would encourage us to go the direction our chair just suggested, to let this tentative budget go to public hearing.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Well, there is a big difference, even though the name is the same. A council manager form of government really separates the executive side cleanly. And so if you looked at your agendas and you scratched everything off that wasn't purely legislative, it would be considerably shorter agendas, a lot less work. So that's part of the reason, I think. And if you look at, if we had done the salary survey for the council based off of the handful of forms of government where the council is distinctly legislative, it would have been considerably less. the reason it is where it's at right now is because we were averaging legislative/executive bodies that had both authority. And so that's just a quick explanation. I'm not trying to counter your point, but there is a distinction between this type of council and a council that's in a legitimate council manager form.
Point taken, and I understand that, but I won't argue because you didn't counter my point. But I would say that there's not 7 members of the body currently fulfilling all of their executive responsibilities. So,
But we are good at long meetings. And that being said, I'm going to move us right along to item V. Public hearing to solicit public input on the expanded Murphy Flats High Density Housing Overlay District 815, HDHO 15 application at 1185, 1187, and 1189 Murphy Lane. Zachariah.
At last, huh? You guys should learn to watch it on YouTube and just come when it's your time.
They're riveted.
So I'm sure you've just been on your seat. I could have been home watching.
Yeah, you know, the last person that applied for an HDHO ended up trying to get on the council tonight, too.
Yeah.
They're all educated, up to speed.
Oh, it's been great.
Do you want to come up and join us now? Up on the screen. Okay.
Just for the minutes, Councilman Paxson.
Okay, so this project might look familiar to you, and that is because you have actually seen a part of it before. So Courtney Kaiser and Steve Evers received an approval for their HDHO 15 application at 1187 and 1189 Murphy Lane a couple of months ago. And in that process, they determined that their project would be greatly improved and they would be able to address some easement issues by purchasing the property between their property and Murphy Lane and actually request approval for an expanded HDHO development. So what you have in front of you today is a request for the HDHO 15 designation to be applied to not only the parcels at 1187 and 1189 Murphy Lane, but also the parcel at 1185 Murphy Lane. So without identifying the exact location of the property boundary, generally speaking, well, actually there it is. So there's the existing property boundary. Everything up here was already approved, and what's down here below that is what Courtney and Steve are requesting approval for today. This for the overlay and the master plan associated with that overlay request, as well as the development agreement. So I want to be clear that regardless of how council acts on this application, the prior approval will stay. Should you approve the expanded development, then this would be, well, I have framed it as a repeal and replacement, but I suppose it could also be an amendment to the prior approval. I don't know that it's that consequential, which way we go, so we can finalize the way that the ordinance is drafted prior to a vote. The Planning Commission voted to approve this expanded project, and staff's recommendation is also to approve this expanded project. So, in effect, it would expand the number of units in the development from 20 up to 37. So that would obviously be a sizable increase to the development, but the developer has presented a contextually appropriate design and has integrated several elements into the project that we think will make it a successful development. So with that said, I can go through the staff report if you'd like. I also acknowledge that it's 8:30, and so if you want to hear from the applicants, we can do that. But I do, even if I don't go through the staff report, I do really want to emphasize that in your motion, you'd have to suspend the rules to act on it tonight, which is certainly in your wheelhouse. But whether it's tonight or on December 3rd, I really want to emphasize the importance of clarifying your support for a parking exemption. And that is because they are requesting a reduced number of parking spaces that staff, wholeheartedly supports, and the applicant has provided very good justification for in their application. And I think that it's time that we experiment with smaller parking requirements and put the onus on developers to determine what is needed for their development to succeed. So please do include that in any motions that you make, whether they are tonight or
Include that we're approving parking.
Yeah.
Put it in the motion.
Yeah.
And
So
was there a number of sites to be exempt, or just to remove the?
it's in there. Let's see here.
So is the language in the motion not sufficient?
I can't remember what I put in the
Approval
motion.
of the master plan shall also constitute
Yeah.
an approval
Yeah,
of these plans.
that would be sufficient. But just to clarify for you, 60 parking stalls would be required, and the applicant has proposed 53. They could accommodate an additional 6, but I think that by approving the proposal with 53 and making sure that there aren't any structures on the areas where those 6 additional stalls could be put in, then the developer also has a little bit of time to evaluate the performance of 53 and has the ability to add in additional spots if the 53 is not working. This isn't the parking exemption isn't an approval to park a bunch of visitor cars on Murphy Lane. That's not at all what this is about. It's 53 spaces for 37 units. These are all 500 square foot or smaller, efficiency units. So, I would anticipate that, they'll meet their parking needs and then some, even with 53.
Curtis.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Motion made by Curtis Wells. Not seeing a second.
Second.
Oh, seconded by Greg Halliday. Discussion?
I think we've made, have been pretty consistent on not suspending the rules and giving the public notice the time until our next meeting. Even though there hasn't been any.
I will note we have not received any public comment in opposition to the development. There were some questions about, drainage and easements. Those have all been addressed. So I can appreciate the adherence to council rules, but also note that time is money, and we need housing units.
All those in favor of suspending the rules?
Sure. That's what I'm
Gosh, you crumbled.
I've never seen you vote for suspending the rules. Put it on the calendar.
I'd like to make another motion.
All those opposed?
Decision fatigue.
Motion passes
4-2.
4-2 with McGann and Hawks in opposition. Curtis.
So can we just point of order, can we have you, just for the sake of it, ask for comments from the public before we make a
Okay.
motion? Because it's a public hearing.
Any public comments? I would like to now open this portion of the public hearing. If you'd like to make a comment, please step forward and introduce yourself into the microphone.
I'm Joe Kingsley, and I attended the Planning Commission's discussion on this, and the majority of the individuals that were there voted for this, and I have to say that the current age group, size of family groups, and so forth, it will be highly improbable that even half the parking places that they built will ever even be used. The second thing I would like to point out is that, and I mentioned this earlier in our interview, that even the big automakers are switching from making autos to e-bikes and things of this nature. And I firmly believe that waiving the parking requirements for this project is a movement in the right direction. And I'm a property owner in their neighborhood, and I strongly support this project.
Thank you.
Any other citizen comments? Seeing none. Curtis?
With that, I'll move to apply the High-Density Housing Overlay District 15 to the parcels located at 1185, 1187, and 1189 Murphy Lane and approve the associated Murphy Flats Master Plan and Development Agreement. Approval of the master plan shall also constitute an approval of the reduced parking requirement. Second.
Motion made by Curtis Wells, seconded by Gabe Woltek. I can't see your nameplate. We gotta put him over there where I can. Sorry. Any discussion?
Sure.
Jalen?
I love the project. Of course, you know I'm going to vote for it. I just don't like suspending the rules. It sets precedents for unnecessary reasons.
And on that vein, these guys have been here before. We already approved the project for 2 other properties, and I'm excited to have an expansion to have more stuff come online. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Ah, see.
Suspended the rule.
Ah, I
You
know.
wait till the next one comes in.
Oh, here we go. Public hearing to hear public input on proposed amendments to the consolidated fee schedule or.
It's too bad it's gonna rain.
Is it after 6? Is that what you asked?
Is it raining now?
No, after 6 for public hearing on the fee schedule.
It is after 6.
Ruth Dillon, this has your name next to it.
Oh, well, Steve has been here a good while on the arena consolidated fee items, and he has a number of changes, and that is the biggest fee schedule within the fee schedule. Just briefly, fees of the building department were a mere clarification to define what a garage was meant by. There were no fee changes. Fees of the library were to reduce or to cut out a fee. I'll save the arena for last. That will include the ball fields. Sand Flats was also just a clarification, I believe. I know I'm kind of going through this quickly. Let me see. It was, yes, to talk about how many is a maximum per campsite, et cetera. Star Hall did have an increase, but they were very minor. So I will just review that quickly. They're recommending from $25 to $30 per hour with that 3-hour minimum for the short-term hall rental. From $25 to $30 per hour during performance night for long-term hall rental, which would be more than a week, and from $18 to $20 per hour for extra custodial service. And then the airport, is Tammy still here? Yes. I think we do need.
Alex is still here.
We do need a fix on this one. It has overnight parking at the airport in 2 different places, and so I believe the intention that the airport board, I know, has talked about this, was to have overnight parking increased from $3 to $5 per night, but it's listed on there twice, so we can get that cleaned up. There's also a new item to have a minimum of 3 months for monthly parking at $75. There's clarification about rental car parking space at $10 per month per space, or 10% gross. And then there's one other new item, I'm skipping around a bit, single aeronautical service operator permit, which is, for example, aeronautical use vehicle, instruction, mechanic, etc., $100 registration application fee. So, unless Tammy wants to add anything to that, we need to, I think, turn it over to Steve. Did you have anything else? Okay. So we'll get that clarified. It is $5, though, that is wanted for the overnight parking. Okay. Shall we turn it over to Steve? Thank you so much for being here. Welcome back. And at the very back of your, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. Oh, okay. At the very back of your, the fee schedule itself is a list of rationale regarding the arena changes. So, Steve, go for it.
Okay, we've tried to tidy it up. Each year we try and reduce it in length, and haven't been able to do so. We just keep adding to it. We've just tried to make it easy to read. There's a couple of increases, a couple of items that concern us, so we've added those. If I go through from the beginning, if you have a look at the rationale, item C, there's a need for, we sort of let a few of the events go without supervision, and where we have alcohol, live music, we find that we need a couple of people there, one to support the other perhaps in closing things down, or what's the word? Yeah. We had a party there just recently, and we had loud music, little kids. It was an alcohol event, and we found a little baby holding onto a beer bottle that was dropped on the floor, and there was nothing in it as such, but we didn't see that as a good thing for a 2-year-old to be doing, and I assume he was 2. There were various things going on that we didn't appreciate, which I won't bring up right now, but there was a need for people to be there. You know, I had a female that was volunteered a time to be there late at night. So what we've done with these, we'd like to have 2 staff on after hours for these events, and there's not a lot of them that need it, but not so badly. But we find that with supervision of events, we control damage, we control vandalism perhaps, a little bit of theft, and bad behaviour. So that's where the number 1 item C comes from.
So you're gonna charge the events more?
Yes.
To cover staff being here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And
So just on that item, I think it's an excellent idea to have extra staff there to cover it. And I also want to make sure that, I mean, when these entities apply for their alcohol permit from the DAVC, they are supposed to show how they will maintain a secure event. I'm surprised they even allow children. I mean,
this
events.
wasn't alcohol license because they weren't selling it. So they only needed to get.
They still have to get a permit, though. They do it in a mark.
Well, our understanding is that they don't need one, and only if they're going to sell alcohol on the site. If they're bringing their own and drinking, it's okay. But if I'm,
I might look into that one, but
Yeah.
you could be right. Anyway, I just wanted to,
At the Mark, they have 2 permits, because I had a birthday party there, so I know.
yeah,
There's the one where you sell, which is really expensive. But then there is a permit that you have to get where, there are certain things you sign and such, and it costs, I don't remember the cost, but it costs. And it throws a lot of the responsibility. You might want to talk to the people that run the Mark,
yeah, we'll do that.
because I think if they're having alcohol, they should have to pay more, and there should be another permit.
What we've done is, on this, we've increased the security deposit to, we've got a range from $100 to $5,000. And we will put the 5,000 for something that is people that don't have a good record, because we have repeat offenders in this, and we don't exclude them, but we want to try and make them conduct themselves properly. This little child's subjected for 4 hours of music over, a loud decibel rating. And we haven't actually measured it, but we have the capability of doing that. But we can't even hear ourselves talk in that environment. So, and that's why we included the live music side of it. Anyway, we will look into that. And perhaps Christina could shed some light on that as well. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Alcohol permitting.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, we'll talk to you. On item 4, what we've done there is we've got, first of all, fallen peace officer event at the facility. It's not a government run event. It happens every year, and we're trying to support them by giving the facility to them for nothing. Let me just read it for you. Government agency use, including associated organisations, i.e. Fallen Peace Officer Organisation, no charge. And we watch them every year. We do set up for them, and it's just, they don't have to pay very much anyway, but it's just support for police officers, from our entity. They pay, but I'm suggesting maybe it'd be nice if they didn't have to. And as I said, they're not a government, they're a private organisation, but it's all government employees that are involved and their families. So that's that one. It's number 8, item 7.
Sorry, Steve, do you have any kind of screening process for that?
Not really. We've got another event coming this year. Next year is Rubicon Slick Rock thing, which is not. It is government run because the Sheriff's Department are running it.
Well, the Rubicon, yeah, that's going to be amazing.
And it's a borderline case, but the Sheriff's Department has taken over that event, and I don't know. Maybe we need to get some guidelines, but we've only got those 2 things to go on at the moment, 2 events. And,
I could imagine a scenario where folks across the state catch wind that Grant County's offering free use to government entities of the building. There could be the firefighters convention
Associated,
and everybody under the sun. So I would just kind of beware of not opening a floodgate, and then you're committing to these other agencies. And,
yeah. What if we put local? Even though people from in the state come, we could change the wording of it perhaps. That I was mainly concerned about, with the Rubicon one, we talked it over. We found out that the Sheriff's Department was running it, but what they're actually doing, we've got a clause in here that was put in last year about, let me read that to you. Cost/stroke use of facility may be in some circumstances offset against in-kind labour, advertising and donated goods for equivalent value if viable to do so. With Rubicon, we started off saying that we want them to do some earthworks there because they were going to bring some heavy equipment. So they're still going to do that, but and that's going to save us considerable money. But they're there for 9 days, so it's...
And they're going to provide so much for the county. I mean, what they're doing for the county and the cleanup and the work they're doing, we're very fortunate to have this, because it's national, correct?
Yes.
People are coming
Yeah.
from all over.
Politicians.
It's very exciting. They came for a smaller group, came during the fire cleanup and did a huge amount of work, but this is bigger.
One of the benefits of this, just off on a side note, we've always considered the arena as a viable place for disaster relief, whether they, we house horses or livestock or people in the arena. And what they're going to do is have tents in the arena and house people. There's about 300 people coming. And it's a good test to see what we could do with that arena if there was a disaster locally.
Like an active shooter.
Well, earthquake, fire, whatever.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, if there's an we're also dealing with an active shooter scenario because things like Jeep Safari, where there's big gatherings, there's a need for awareness of that. So we're working with the Sheriff's Department in that. But anyway, that's off on a slight tangent. But if you have any suggestions for rewording that clause, I'd be happy to make them.
I wonder if there's something where instead of just straight no charge in our fee schedule, we have something where it's like discounts to be determined or
sliding.
Or I don't know how we could. If that's just muddy in the water more.
I don't know. It sort of puts. People don't like me making decisions on who should get the fee and who shouldn't. There's a risk. It's up to my judgment or our advisory committee judgment. And most of this goes through them anyway. We discuss projects every month. So what if we...
maybe if we threw the word local in there.
Yep.
And we can give it a go for a year.
Yeah, and we can always change it. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, I'll add local.
County government affiliates.
On item 7, I'll try and be quick. But, what we've done there is we're competing for equine events with Mesa County, Grand Junction facilities. They've just built a new one at Mesa, and they're busy as can be, and we're getting the overflow from that. But we also, when we discuss fees with people that come, they like to come, but it's a costly exercise dragging horse trailers from Grand Junction to our place. So what we've done as an incentive there is put in a clause to give them a $12 fee per stall for the weekend instead of per night. It's basically an incentive to keep the business going. We've got 2 events that come across from Grand Junction now, and sometimes they talk about, well, we can't really afford to come over. So we really haven't increased the fees for those events. We've kept them static for a long time. But I'm just a little bit worried that we're losing those. We've got four barrel races, and from one group, and another barrel race that we just had this weekend, which was pretty successful, and it's grown in size. So we just added that incentive, so we'd lose a bit of money on that, but it's going to keep the money flowing. Our revenue has gone up $20,000 this year, not just because of that, but because we keep the prices reasonably equitable. We're always looking at what the fees are at the other facilities throughout, local, the next towns, basically. So there's that, and we've also done that with the pen fee on the next, on item 9. And I've reworded that wrongly, so I have a copy here that I'll give to whoever needs it to make the changes. First of all, it's number 7, and it's the bottom line on that fee schedule, or second line from the bottom. It says event stalls for frequent equestrian events, 3 times, if you have a event 3 times per year, and if you fill the barn, it's $12. Otherwise, it reverts to a standard fee of $15. And I've done that for the pens on the next item 9, on the fee schedule itself. Event pens per horse for frequent equestrian events 3 times per year, $10 per event. Normally we charge $15 for an overnight stall, and we've kept that the same for a number of years. It's per night though for overnight stalls. It's we've brought in 26,000 this year. It's 23 last year, and it's just going better and better. So our idea is to try and be less of a burden tax-wise, or on the community. Not that they're paying tax on the place, but it's just a good business sense to try and make our place more viable, and that's what we're endeavouring to do. Last item, I guess, we took over some tables from the Rock Club. They're 103 tables in various states of disrepair, but for the people that aren't so careful with the tables, we're going to use the older ones, save the good ones for nice events. So we've increased our what we're trying to do is get the Rock Club out of a storage rental. We charge them $365 a year, and we need that for our own storage and facilities. So we've taken over their tables, put them into a more confined space, and we're going to give them back to the Rock Club for them giving them to us, but we can use them and charge them out to other people at $1 a table. And they're not worth any more than that, but it gives us a protection. Add additional tables, substantial, and older tables that we don't mind people putting hot pots on. So I think that's about the biggest changes. Nothing really bad, just changes of grammar, basically, and trying to make them easier read. So that's all. Yes.
Can you look at item B real quick? That looks like a big change.
B.
B.
Security cleaning deposit. Yeah, the 100 to 5,000. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. Although I think it says 2,500 to 5,000, but either way, it's a huge jump. So maybe I'm not understanding.
So what's your question? Sorry.
I guess the question is, how do you justify changing $100 to $2,500 and making it $100 to $5,000 on the security cleaning deposit.
Okay, so if we've got a kid's birthday party in the arena, basically if it's local it's free, but we charge them a security deposit just to make sure they clean up after themselves. So we charge them $100. If we had 3,000 people or a group that does not obey the rules, we'd put them up at 5,000. It would be an encouragement for them to toe the line. We've got a we've had a concert request for the last 3 years and it's fallen through, but we're talking about 3,000 people, and I think we've got one coming early next year. 3,000 people estimated at a concert. We would put $5,000 on that just to guarantee that sprinklers aren't ripped up on the soccer field, and the place is in good repair. And that's a judgment call from me, but it's based on numbers, alcohol, and people's track record. For Jeep Safari, we charge them $400 for their security deposit because they exemplary. So, and they've proven themselves over the years. Does that give you?
I just thought it should be discussed so the council knew, because it's
yeah. And again, it's a judgment call somewhat, but it's the only way I can think of making people treat the place nice. We work ourselves into the ground sometimes looking after the events, and this will just gives a little bit more punch.
Any public comment on this public hearing? If not, the public comment will remain open until November 27th, and comments can be submitted. Oh, let me.
I have a comment. I have a question on, well, comment on the airport fees, and have to get back to that part of the document, because this part was at the end. So basically on the airport, do you have any data on what other airports charge who have similar circumstances in terms of a dirt graveled parking lot?
Yes, I believe it's Ogden. That's a similar setup. I believe it's Ogden Airport. Also has a gravel parking situation. And they charge, off the top of my head, I want to say it's like $8 or $10 a night.
The public comment I'm hearing, and of course it's not very public, it's usually mentioned in passing, that I fully support a fee to park overnight, but I've heard a few people say, we shouldn't even have to pay anything. And I do try to educate them that is a major revenue source for airports, but it just almost seems like a hard sell to
yeah,
people.
It is a hard sell. This was, the decision to raise the fee was based on the airport board's review of our budget and trying to generate more revenue. I guess, my thought is just to pave the one main portion of our parking lot is about $1.5 million. At some point you have to make some money to move towards those projects. Okay. Obviously $5 a night's not going to build a parking lot in a year, but with the money that we've generated so far, the money that we make off of that is, we're going to go over it with our bond issue, but what we've made off of our parking will cover our payment for our bond. So the revenues that we create out at the airport are with the intentions that we can at some point start alleviating our grant matches and stuff from the public.
Okay, thank you. My other question,
If I could just add to that before you change the subject, just that I believe that airport parking lots do not qualify for FAA funding.
the other question is on the Star Hall fees, $20 per hour for extra custodial service. Is that being provided as an overtime thing? Because if so, $20 probably isn't enough per hour.
I'm sorry, but I do not know. I can find out between
Okay.
now and next time.
That's all I have, thank you.
Any other comments? That is great, thank you. Citizen comments can be submitted until November 27th. They can be submitted, dropped off in person next door at the administrator's office, or emailed to council@grandcountyutah.net. And then that brings us to item X, public hearing to allow public input regarding the issuance and sale of not more than $265,000 aggregate principal amount of sales tax revenue, Series 2019, and any potential economic impact of the project described herein to be financed with the proceeds of the Series 2019 bond issued under the Act may have on the private sector and related matters.
All right, finally. You guys want to come up for this agenda item? Put in some hard time tonight.
It's been an interesting meeting.
You don't have to drive back to Salt
And
Lake, do you?
I got about 90% of my Christmas shopping done. So I appreciate that as well. I'm feeling pretty good about that.
So we've got Tammy Howland, our interim airport director. We have Alex Buxton, who's the vice president of public finance, right?
In Zion's Bank.
At Zion's Bank. Do you want to just give a quick overview, Tammy, on what this project is accomplishing?
This project is the taxiway rebuild and commercial apron expansion. The bond that we're asking for from CIB is for our, for part of the county's matching. It's not the full matching, it's just the.
So I can go over
5%.
the finances if you just want to like cover that, what's going to be constructed and the improvements
Yeah,
themselves.
so, this is an FAA funded project. This is money, for our match portion of that project. This will be a complete rebuild of the taxiway. The apron in front of the terminal will be completely reconstructed, and built with concrete so that the jets don't sink into the asphalt in the summertime, which they have and continue to do. And this project is slated to start, hopefully late February, early March. That's the gist.
Right. Yeah, that's good. So, just to hit on some of the financials here. We've got a total project budget of $9,837,035. We've got two separate FAA grants for this. One is for $4,750,000. The other is $4,572,999. And so our 5% portion of that, plus a little bit of contingency, adds up to, let's see, $515,000. It looks like we have $250,000 of that is money that we've already budgeted and set aside from the TRCC funds as a match that was in our CIB application. The remainder is the $265,000 loan that we are holding a public hearing on tonight, the bond. We've noticed that for over 30 days now and received no comments. And so that's the main overview of the financials. We've approved Kilgore DBA, which is LeGrand Johnson, for the construction bid, and then a couple task orders with Armstrong Consulting. And so that kind of covers most of the bid award. And do you remember what the debt schedule average is, Alex, off the top of your head there?
Sure. Yeah, so this is a 30-year bond with the Community Impact Board. The average annual payments will be between $12,000 and $13,000 a year, and those will be paid every year. And we've worked with Chris and with Tammy in getting the bonds ready to be closed. We've got a closing date set for December 5th. We were on a conference call with the CIB and with our bond attorneys yesterday, and getting everything scheduled out and getting the flow of funds all squared away. So anyway, that's kind of in a nutshell the overview. Very, very impressive that the county was able to secure a 2.5% loan over 30 years. That's certainly well below what the market interest rates would be for a 30-year bond. So congratulations to you for being able to secure that with Tammy and Chris's help.
And so we also just, I don't know if it matters to the council, but we switched the bond structure from a lease revenue bond via the Municipal Building Authority over to just an excise sales tax bond via the Grand County Council, which is committing essentially TRCC money as security for this. And so we've got more than enough TRCC to adequately cover this. And so I think everything's good, and all we have to do now is finish off signing the closing documents, get the $250,000 transferred to escrow, and then I believe, Tammy, are you going to go up and close on the 5th?
Yes.
And I'll probably just wire it up there.
Can I add one
Go
other
ahead,
item,
yeah.
since you mentioned the coverage and with the sales tax? This structure is similar. You might recall, the last time we did airport financing was in 2017, and there were two bonds that were issued for the terminal and for the runway. And we used a municipal building authority bond for the terminal portion, and then we structured the runway through the sales tax structure that Chris just mentioned. So these bonds will be on parity. A parity lien is what we call it with the 2017 bonds. And Chris mentioned ample coverage. When you sell these bonds, and whether it be to the CIB or to another investor, they typically like to have at a minimum 1.25 times coverage, or 125% of the revenues available to make your annual payment. And we put together a coverage table for the CIB. That's one of the requirements. And with this new bond, in addition to the existing 2017 bond, the county will have over 50 times coverage. And then once that 2017 bond gets paid off here in the next, I think it's 17 or 18 years, then the coverage is going to be over 200 times. And that's just using what the current revenues are right now. So certainly, Chris, you're correct in saying that you have plenty of coverage for that requirement.
Yeah. Do you want
Any
to call
comments
for
from
any
the
public
public?
comments?
Any comments from the council?
It looks like, do we do something tonight because
No, I think this is just a requirement for a public hearing. So we've already
You adopted the
We've already
parameters
adapted,
last-
yeah, so the parameters resolution specifies that as long as the closing documents and all are established within those parameters, that Evan or the vice chair or interim chair can sign the master resolution and get all the closing documents signed. So I think there is no further action that needs to be taken.
And we can do that before the closing?
Yes, yeah, the plan is to get everything sent here several days or a week before closing. I think on our call yesterday, they were suggesting the beginning of next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So we can get
and
those.
Get everything pre-signed, and then Tammy would just either bring the documents up with her on the 5th or send them back prior to, so that on the 5th, it's, just a matter of a formal closing and then delivery of the funds, like you had mentioned, and acceptance of the check, and then it gets put in the escrow account that the county will be able to draw from.
All right.
Stuff.
Okay. I think that's it then.
All right, well, I'll close this portion of the public hearing. Citizen comments can be submitted next door at the council administrator's office or online at council@grandcountyutah.net. And that will remain open until Wednesday, November 27th at 2 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Great. Thanks for making the trip down. I hope you got some good gifts.
Yes. Absolutely, thank you.
Thanks for coming. And weathering.
Yeah, sure. Appreciate you.
Everybody stayed but one. I'm impressed. You guys a long meeting. Very interesting.
I make a motion that we go into closed session to talk about purchase, exchange, lease, or sale of real property, including any form of water rights or water shares.
Motion made by Mary McGann, seconded by Jalen Hawks. Any discussion? All those in favor of closed session? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Is this going to be?
It will be recorded.
But is it going to? No.
We all want to read. We all want to read.
No. Kind of to pee. All right, I'm going to pee. I thought if I stood up. I know how, once the cameras turn off, people look